gods who arrive with thunder, and gods who move through the world like sudden wind, reshaping everything they touch in moments of divine spectacle. Then there is the god whose power builds slowly, whose presence is measured not in dramatic transformation, but in the patient accumulation of small improvements, each one making life slightly more bearable than it was before. Hephaestus is this god, and his story is not the story of conquest or seduction, or the grand dramas that unfold on mountaintops, where immortals play out their jealousies and ambitions. His story is the story of the forge, of fire applied with intention, of metal shaped through repetition until it becomes exactly what is needed. It is the story of how civilization grows, not from bold declarations, but from the quiet work of making things that last. In the beginning, before there were temples built in his honor or workshops that invoked his name, Hephaestus was simply the god who did not fit. Olympus was a place of beauty and power, where gods moved with the ease of those who had never questioned their right to exist, exactly as they were. They were tall and radiant, quick with words and quicker with desires, beings for whom the world bent naturally to accommodate their presence. Hephaestus arrived into this company already marked as different. Some stories say he was born with a twisted leg, a deformity that made him awkward among the graceful. Other versions say he was cast down from Olympus as an infant, hurled from the heights by a mother who could not bear to look at a child who was less than perfect, and that the fall itself left him permanently altered, his body bearing the memory of that rejection in every uneven step. Whatever the precise origin of his difference, the result was the same. Hephaestus existed at the margins of Olympian society, neither fully excluded nor comfortably included, present but not quite belonging. He watched the other gods move through their days with the unconscious confidence of those who had never needed to prove their worth, who were admired simply for existing. He saw how beauty opened doors, how charm smoothed conflicts, how physical prowess commanded respect without effort. He possessed none of these advantages, and so he learned early what those who fit easily into the world never have to learn: that value must sometimes be created rather than assumed, that respect can be earned through what you make rather than what you are, that there are forms of power that have nothing to do with how you look or how smoothly you move through social spaces. This understanding, born from exclusion, became the foundation of everything Hephaestus would become. Where other gods spent their time in games and feasts and elaborate courtships, Hephaestus turned his attention to fire. Not the wild, consuming fire of destruction, but fire as a tool, fire as possibility. He discovered that heat could change the nature of things, that metal hard enough to resist any force could become soft and yielding when exposed to the right temperature, that separate pieces could be joined into unified wholes, that formless raw material could be shaped into objects with intention and purpose. Fire became his language, the medium through which he translated ideas into reality, and the forge became the place where he was not awkward or ungainly, but supremely competent, moving with a precision and grace that had nothing to do with how his body looked, and everything to do with what his hands knew how to do. The Greeks, who told and retold the stories of Hephaestus across generations, understood something profound in making him a god. They were not simply explaining where fire came from or why metalwork existed. They were encoding a truth about human experience, that skill is a form of power distinct from physical strength or social status, that the ability to make things transforms both the maker and the world, that patient craft can accomplish what brute force cannot. In a culture that celebrated warriors and kings, athletes and orators, the elevation of Hephaestus to divine status was a quiet acknowledgement that none of those celebrated figures could function without the work of those who made their swords, built their ships, constructed their homes, and created the material foundation on which all other achievements rested. Fire itself, in the mythology surrounding Hephaestus, takes on meanings that extend far beyond its physical properties. It is the force that mediates between raw nature and human intention. A stone is simply a stone until fire is applied, heating it, melting it, allowing it to be poured and shaped and cooled into something useful. Wood in its natural state can provide shelter and fuel, but wood that has been heated and bent and joined becomes furniture, tools, the infrastructure of domestic life. Clay pulled from the earth is formless potential, but clay that has been shaped by hands and hardened by fire becomes a vessel that can hold water, store grain, preserve the work of one season for use in another. Fire is the technology that makes other technologies possible, and Hephaestus, as the master of fire, becomes the god who represents humanity's ability to impose useful form on the chaos of raw materials. This transformation is not violent in the stories of Hephaestus. It is methodical, almost gentle. Metal must be heated to the right temperature, not too hot or it becomes brittle, not too cool or it resists shaping. It must be struck with the right force repeatedly, patiently, each blow bringing it incrementally closer to the desired form. There is a rhythm to forge work, a steady pattern of heating and hammering and cooling that cannot be rushed without ruining the result. This rhythm appears throughout the mythology of Hephaestus as a kind of temporal signature, a reminder that some forms of creation require time and cannot be accomplished through sudden divine intervention or heroic effort. The forge teaches patience because the forge will not yield to impatience. Try to rush the process and the metal cracks or warps or remains forever weakened in ways that will reveal themselves only later, under stress, when failure becomes catastrophic. The Greeks told these stories around fires in the evening, when the day's work was done and darkness settled over communities that had been shaped entirely by the technologies Hephaestus represented. The walls that surrounded them had been built with tools forged in fire. The pots in which their food cooked were ceramic vessels hardened by flame. The weapons that defended them, the plows that prepared their fields, the nails that held their buildings together, the hinges that allowed doors to swing open and closed, the chains that secured valuable possessions, the locks that provided security. All of these emerged from the forge, from the application of fire and skill to transform raw materials into objects that extended human capability. In this way, Hephaestus becomes the god of incremental improvement, of the slow accumulation of small solutions to daily problems. Each tool represents someone observing a difficulty and imagining a better way. Digging with bare hands is slow and painful, so someone shapes a stick and hardens its point in fire, creating the first simple tool. That tool is later improved with a stone blade, then a bronze blade, then an iron blade, each iteration representing generations of refinement. A house built without nails must rely on carefully fitted joints, requiring immense skill and time. The invention of the nail, a simple piece of metal shaped and pointed, revolutionizes construction by allowing strong joints to be created quickly by workers with less specialized training. The nail is not dramatic. No epic poems celebrate its invention. But it changes the world nonetheless, making shelter more accessible, more affordable, more widespread. This is the quiet genius that Hephaestus embodies, the recognition that civilization is built not through grand gestures, but through countless small improvements, each one making life slightly less difficult than before. The god who cannot run swiftly or fight magnificently becomes the god without whom no one else can function. Because function itself, the basic ability to accomplish necessary tasks, depends entirely on the tools he creates. Warriors need weapons and armor. Sailors need ships built with tools forged in flame. Farmers need plows and scythes. Even the grandest temples, built to honor the most powerful gods, require metal tools to quarry and shape stone, to cut timber, to join materials into structures that can stand for centuries. The forge itself, in these stories, becomes more than a workplace. It transforms into a symbol of a particular kind of space, where transformation happens through process rather than magic. The forge is hot and loud and physically demanding. Sparks fly from struck metal. The air shimmers with heat. The smith's face is lit by the glow of fire, dark everywhere else. This is not the ethereal beauty of Olympus. It is earthy, physical, real in ways that divine palaces are not. And yet it is here, in this unglamorous space, that some of the most powerful objects in Greek mythology come into being. Hephaestus makes armor for Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, armor so cunningly crafted that it depicts entire scenes from mortal life on its surface, transforming defensive equipment into narrative art. He creates the bronze giant Talos, who guards the island of Crete by circling its shores 3 times daily, hurling boulders at approaching ships. He fashions magical golden servants who assist him in his work, artificial beings that move and think and act with purpose. He builds palaces for the gods, structures of such beauty and permanence that they stand as eternal as the gods themselves. He creates the chains that bind Prometheus to his rock, chains that even a titan cannot break, demonstrating that craft can constrain even beings of immense natural power. Each of these creations tells a story about the relationship between maker and made object. Armor is not merely protection, it is a second skin that allows the wearer to be more than they could be unarmored, to take risks they would otherwise avoid, to stand in situations that would otherwise break them. A well-made shield is not simply a piece of metal, but a portable piece of civilization, carrying images and symbols that remind the warrior what he fights to preserve. Talos represents the idea that craft can create guardians that never tire, never sleep, never falter in their purpose. The golden servant suggests that creation can reduce the burden of labor, that clever making can free the maker to make more. But the chains of Prometheus introduce a darker theme that runs through Hephaestus' mythology: the ethics of making powerful things. Prometheus is being punished for giving fire to humanity, for sharing with mortals the very power that Hephaestus wields most masterfully. Hephaestus is commanded by Zeus to forge the chains that will bind Prometheus, to create the instrument of eternal torture for the Titan who brought fire to humans. The stories do not always dwell on Hephaestus' feelings about this task, but the implications are clear. The smith must sometimes create things he would prefer not to make, must exercise his skill in service of purposes he may not agree with, must wrestle with the knowledge that his creations will be used by others in ways he cannot fully control. This tension between creation and consequence appears throughout the mythology of craft. Hephaestus creates beautiful objects that become sources of conflict and destruction. He makes the golden throne that traps his mother Hera, a piece of furniture so cunningly designed that once she sits in it, she cannot rise, requiring Hephaestus to be brought back to Olympus to release her. He fashions Pandora, the first woman, as a punishment for humanity, crafting her with such beauty and appeal that she cannot be resisted, knowing she carries with her the jar of sorrows that will be unleashed on the world. The skill that makes him valuable is the same skill that makes him dangerous, and the gods who rejected him because of his appearance must eventually beg for his assistance, acknowledging their dependence on his abilities even as they maintain their social distance from him. The Greeks seem to understand that technology is never neutral, that every tool exists in a context of use that determines whether it serves or harms. A knife can prepare food or take a life. Fire can warm a home or burn it to ashes. A ship can carry traders seeking mutual benefit or warriors seeking conquest. The object itself has no morality, but the hand that wields it and the intention that guides that hand transform the tool into instrument of specific outcomes. Hephaestus, as the divine craftsman, bears a particular relationship to this reality. He makes objects of immense power and then releases them into a world where that power will be used according to purposes he did not choose and may not endorse. Yet the mythology does not frame Hephaestus as tormented by these ethical complexities in the way that might be expected. He is not depicted as agonizing endlessly over whether to create or withhold his creations. Instead, he continues his work with the understanding that making is his nature and his gift, that the world needs what he provides, and that the alternative to creating useful things is not moral purity, but rather the absence of tools that make life more bearable. This is perhaps a particularly Greek solution to the problem. Acknowledge the complexity, recognize the dangers, and proceed anyway with as much wisdom and care as can be mustered. Because withdrawal is not actually an option when the world depends on the work. The relationship between Hephaestus and the other gods reflects this pragmatic dependence. Ares, the god of war, needs weapons and armor. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, requires the same. Poseidon needs the trident that allows him to command the seas. Apollo needs the golden chariot that carries the sun across the sky each day. Artemis needs arrows for her hunts. Even Zeus, king of the gods, relies on Hephaestus to maintain the thunderbolts that enforce his authority. Every god, regardless of their status or power, eventually comes to the forge, seeking something only Hephaestus can provide. This creates an interesting dynamic where social power and practical power exist in tension. The gods who rejected Hephaestus, who excluded him from their gatherings, who treated him as lesser, must nonetheless acknowledge their need for his skills. They may not invite him to their banquets, but they cannot function without the products of his labor. The mythology preserves this contradiction without trying to resolve it, perhaps because it reflects a social reality the Greeks recognized, that those who perform essential labor are often simultaneously indispensable and undervalued, necessary to the functioning of society, yet not granted the status that necessity would seem to merit. Hephaestus himself seems largely unbothered by this paradox. He does not spend his time seeking validation from those who rejected him. He does not rage against the unfairness of his treatment or demand that his importance be publicly acknowledged. He simply continues working, finding satisfaction in the work itself, in the problem-solving and creativity and physical pleasure of shaping resistant materials into useful forms. This too becomes part of his mythology, the idea that craft provides its own rewards, that there is deep satisfaction available in doing difficult work well, that the opinion of others matters less than the quality of the object emerging from the forge. The workshop becomes a kind of refuge in these stories, a space where worth is determined by skill rather than appearance or status. In the forge, what matters is whether the metal is heating evenly, whether the hammer strikes are landing with the right force, whether the finished object will perform its function reliably under stress. These are objective measures, resistant to the subjective judgments that determine social hierarchy. A poorly made sword will fail in battle regardless of whether the smith who made it was beautiful or ugly, charming or awkward, beloved or rejected. A well-made tool will serve its purpose regardless of who forged it. The work itself becomes a form of truth that cannot be argued with or talked around. This quality of undeniable usefulness pervades the mythology of Hephaestus. He may be mocked for his appearance or excluded from social gatherings, but when a god needs something made, they come to him without exception. There is no alternative. His monopoly on craft, skill, gives him a form of power that exists outside the normal social hierarchies of Olympus. A power based not on the ability to dominate or intimidate, but on the simple fact that he can do things others cannot. And those things are necessary for the world to function as the gods desire it to function. The tools and objects Hephaestus creates ripple outward through Greek mythology, enabling other stories to unfold. Achilles cannot fulfill his destiny without the armor Hephaestus makes. Perseus cannot defeat Medusa without the weapons provided by gods who obtain them from divine craftsmen. Jason cannot retrieve the golden fleece without a ship built using techniques and tools that ultimately trace back to the forge. The Odyssey cannot begin without ships, and ships cannot exist without the accumulated technologies of metalworking, woodworking, rope making, and sail weaving that allow humans to venture onto hostile seas with some reasonable hope of survival. Every hero's journey is made possible by the unglamorous work of people who made the hero's equipment. And Hephaestus stands as the divine representation of all those uncelebrated makers whose work enables celebrated deeds. In this way, the mythology of Hephaestus functions as a kind of counter-narrative to the more prominent hero stories. While other myths focus on individual achievement and glory, the stories of Hephaestus insist on the importance of preparation, infrastructure, and the accumulated knowledge embedded in well-made tools. A hero is only as effective as their equipment allows them to be. Courage and strength matter, certainly, but they must be combined with adequate technology to accomplish anything significant. Hephaestus provides that technology, making him the unseen foundation on which heroic action rests. The god's romantic life, such as it is, reinforces these themes in complicated ways. He is married to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, in a union that appears to have been arranged by Zeus rather than chosen by either party. The marriage is famously unhappy. Aphrodite is constantly unfaithful, most notoriously with Ares, and Hephaestus responds by creating an invisible net of such fine metalwork that when the lovers are trapped in it, they cannot escape despite all their divine power. He then exposes them to the mocking laughter of the assembled gods, transforming his humiliation into their embarrassment through superior craft. This story operates on multiple levels. On the surface, it is a tale of justified revenge, the wronged husband using his unique skills to punish those who betrayed him. But it also demonstrates again that craft is power, that intelligence and skill can triumph over physical beauty and martial prowess, that the ability to make things allows for forms of agency unavailable to those who rely solely on conventional attributes. The net that captures Ares and Aphrodite is so finely made that it cannot be seen, so cunningly designed that it cannot be escaped, so perfectly executed that it transforms Hephaestus from cuckold to victor through nothing more than the application of his craft. Yet the victory is hollow in important ways. He may have embarrassed his wife and her lover, but he cannot make Aphrodite love him. He cannot craft desire or forge affection. The very skills that make him invaluable to gods and mortals alike cannot solve the problem of his own loneliness, or heal the wound of being perpetually unvalued by those he might wish valued him. This limitation is important to the mythology. Craft is powerful, but it is not omnipotent. It can solve material problems, but not emotional ones. It can create beauty, but not necessarily inspire love. It can make life easier, but not necessarily happier. The Greeks preserved this complexity rather than simplifying Hephaestus into either a figure of pure triumph or pure tragedy. He is simultaneously essential and excluded, powerful and pitied, respected and rejected. He has compensated for his physical difference by developing skills that make him indispensable, but that indispensability does not fully resolve his outsider status. He has found satisfaction in work, but that satisfaction coexists with ongoing social pain. The mythology refuses to flatten these contradictions, presenting instead a god who contains multitudes, who cannot be reduced to a single interpretation or lesson. This complexity makes Hephaestus particularly suited to bedtime storytelling in the modern age. Children, and adults for that matter, live with similar contradictions. They experience being good at some things and bad at others. They know what it is to be excluded from social groups, while simultaneously being needed for what they can contribute. They understand that validation from others feels important, while also knowing that it should not determine their self-worth. They struggle with the gap between what they can control and what they cannot, between the problems they can solve through effort and the situations that remain frustratingly resistant to any solution they can devise. Hephaestus offers a mythological model for living with these tensions rather than resolving them, for finding purpose and satisfaction despite ongoing difficulties, for continuing to create even when creation does not solve every problem. The rhythm of forge work itself provides a soothing metaphor for bedtime. The process is repetitive without being mindless, demanding attention but not anxiety. Heat the metal. Hammer it. Observe the changes. Heat it again. Hammer it again. Each repetition brings the object closer to its final form, but no single blow accomplishes the transformation. Progress comes through accumulation, through patient repetition, through trust in process rather than hope for sudden breakthrough. This is the opposite of dramatic urgency. It is calm, methodical, steady. It proceeds at its own pace, resistant to rushing, unfolding according to the nature of the materials and the requirements of the task, rather than according to the impatience of the maker. Sleep itself operates on similar principles. It cannot be forced or rushed. It requires creating the right conditions and then allowing the process to unfold naturally. The attempt to shortcut the process or skip necessary steps results in poor sleep, just as rushing forge work results in flawed objects. The mythology of Hephaestus, with its emphasis on patient process and trust in repetition, aligns naturally with the state of mind conducive to falling asleep. Calm attention to rhythm, release of urgency, acceptance that transformation takes the time it takes. The forge as symbol extends beyond individual objects into the larger structure of civilization itself. A community is not born complete. It must be shaped through repeated effort, tested under stress, repaired when it breaks, refined as new needs emerge. The tools that serve one generation become inadequate for the next, requiring new solutions, improved designs, different approaches to familiar problems. This is not failure but evolution, the natural process by which human societies adapt to changing circumstances. Hephaestus represents the ongoing nature of this work, the reality that civilization is not a finished achievement, but a continuous project, requiring constant maintenance and improvement. The homes people live in must be built and then maintained. Roofs leak and must be repaired. Doors wear and must be rehung. Tools break and must be mended or replaced. This endless cycle of creation, use, degradation, and repair forms the background of daily life in ways that are so constant they become invisible. Yet without people willing to perform this work, willing to notice what needs fixing and apply the skill to fix it, communities would decay rapidly into dysfunction. Hephaestus stands as the mythological acknowledgement of this reality, the god who reminds us that order is not natural, but crafted, not permanent but maintained, not given but made and remade through ongoing effort. The etymology of his name connects to fire and light, to the forge and the work performed there, but also to the idea of binding and joining. Much of metalwork involves joining separate pieces into unified wholes. A sword is not a single piece of metal, but multiple materials: iron and carbon, blade and hilt, metal and wood, joined together in ways that make each component work better than it could alone. A building is countless separate pieces held together by nails and mortar and careful joinery. A ship is planks and ropes and sails and oars, all working in coordination. Hephaestus, as god of joining, represents the technological ability to create complex systems from simple components, to build elaborate structures from basic materials, to achieve functionality through clever combination rather than through finding single perfect materials that need no assembly. This principle of joining extends metaphorically into social life. Communities are made of diverse individuals who must find ways to work together despite differences in skill, temperament, and interest. Families join separate people into units that function better than those people would alone. Civilizations join communities into larger structures that allow for specialization and trade. The forge becomes a metaphor for the social technologies that allow cooperation, for the skills and customs and institutions that bind people together into groups capable of accomplishing what individuals cannot. The Greeks situated their forge god at the boundary between divine and mortal worlds in interesting ways. Hephaestus creates objects for gods, but also teaches metalworking to humans. He is both Olympian and connected to earth, both elevated above mortals and intimately concerned with mortal needs. Fire, his primary tool, is divine in origin, according to Greek myth. Prometheus steals it from the gods and gives it to humanity, but becomes thoroughly mortal in application, powering the forges and hearths and kilns and lamps that structure human life. Hephaestus occupies this liminal space, translating divine power into mortal utility, making godly knowledge accessible to human craft. In some versions of the myths, Hephaestus maintains workshops in volcanic regions, where fire emerges naturally from the earth in ways that suggest divine presence. Mount Etna in Sicily and the volcanic islands of the Mediterranean become associated with Hephaestus, places where the boundary between Earth's interior and its surface is thin, where molten rock occasionally forces its way upward in violent demonstrations of subterranean power. These locations make physical sense as forge sites. Where else would you find naturally occurring temperatures hot enough to melt rock? But they also make mythological sense as places where the divine and earthly realms intersect, where the power to transform through heat manifests in ways that suggest intentional design rather than random geology. The craftsmen of ancient Greece invoked Hephaestus not as a distant cosmic force, but as a patron intimately familiar with their daily struggles. They knew what it meant to work in heat, to breathe air thick with smoke and metal dust, to burn themselves on hot materials, to strike and miss and strike again, to spend hours on work that would be undone in moments if not done correctly. They understood that skill comes slowly, through long practice and many mistakes, that even the master craftsman continues learning throughout life, that every new project presents new problems requiring new solutions. Hephaestus represented the divine validation of this hard-won expertise, the acknowledgement that what they did mattered, that their labor had cosmic significance, that the ability to transform raw materials into useful objects was itself a kind of magic, deserving of respect. The relationship between beauty and function appears repeatedly in Hephaestus's mythology, often in surprising ways. He creates utilitarian objects, armor, weapons, tools, but makes them beautiful. The armor of Achilles is covered in elaborate decorative scenes. The palace of the gods incorporates artistic flourishes beyond what structural necessity requires. The throne that traps Hera is described as exquisite in its appearance, even as it demonstrates its hidden menace. This combination of aesthetic and practical concerns reflects Greek values more broadly. The belief that the well-made object should also be pleasing to look at, that beauty and utility are not opposed but complementary, that craft reaches its highest expression when it satisfies both functional and aesthetic requirements simultaneously. This is not beauty for its own sake, the purely decorative beauty that has no purpose beyond appearance. It is beauty that emerges from and enhances function. Beauty that makes the useful object also meaningful. That transforms the tool into something worthy of care and respect. A plain sword functions as well as a decorated one, but the decorated sword carries additional meaning for its wielder, connects them to traditions and stories and values that plain functionality cannot convey. The beauty becomes part of the function, not opposed to it, making the object more likely to be maintained, more personally significant to its user, more embedded in networks of meaning that extend beyond mere utility. Sleep researchers today might say that the steady rhythm of craft work induces meditative states similar to those that facilitate sleep onset. The repetitive physical actions, the focused attention on a single task, the progressive movement toward a visible goal, the sensory feedback of materials responding to skilled manipulation. All of these elements can quiet the racing thoughts and ambient anxiety that often prevent sleep. The stories of Hephaestus, with their emphasis on patient process and methodical work, create narrative structures that mirror these calming rhythms. There is no urgency, no crisis demanding immediate resolution, no cliffhanger suspense. Just steady progress toward clearly defined goals, each step following logically from the previous one, each task completed before moving to the next. The mythology also validates rest as necessary to the creative process. Even gods must pause between projects. The forge must cool before the next heating. The smith must step back to evaluate work in progress, to see whether adjustments are needed, to plan the next steps. This built-in rhythm of effort and pause, work and evaluation, creation and rest, normalizes the idea that productivity includes periods of apparent inactivity, that progress is not constant forward motion, but a cycle of advance and reflection. For listeners preparing for sleep, this message counters the cultural pressure toward constant activity, toward filling every moment with productive work, toward treating rest as laziness rather than as essential to sustainable achievement. Hephaestus himself, in the mythology, seems content with his work and relatively unconcerned with the status games that consume other gods. He does not scheme for power or form alliances to increase his influence. He does not compete in the dramatic conflicts that animate much of Greek mythology. He simply works, creating what is asked of him, and also creating spontaneously, according to his own interests and curiosity. This is not passivity, but a form of agency grounded in skill. When you can do things others cannot, you need not spend energy playing political games, because your value is self-evident and your position is secure. The teaching role Hephaestus plays in relation to mortal craftsmen represents another important dimension of his mythology. Gods in Greek stories often jealously guard their powers, punishing mortals who get too close to divine capabilities. But Hephaestus shares knowledge. The skills of metalworking are not hidden, but taught, passed down from master to apprentice, refined across generations, improved as new techniques are discovered and disseminated. This open source approach to knowledge, where the goal is to spread capability rather than hoard it, distinguishes Hephaestus from gods who maintain their status through exclusive access to power. The result is that craft skill proliferates throughout human society. Every town of any size has smiths, potters, carpenters, weavers, people who have learned to transform raw materials into useful objects. This distributed expertise makes communities more resilient, less dependent on any single individual, more capable of solving local problems locally. Hephaestus, as patron of all these craftspeople, represents the value of widespread competence over concentrated genius, of many people with solid skills over a few individuals with extraordinary gifts. Civilization depends more on the former than the latter, on the broad base of capable makers, more than on the narrow peak of exceptional talent. This democratic distribution of skill relates to the bedtime framing in that it suggests everyone has the capacity to create, to make, to transform their environment in useful ways. The listener does not need to be Hephaestus to participate in the work of making the world more livable. They only need to identify something that could be improved and apply patient effort to improving it. The mythology suggests that this effort is noble regardless of scale, that fixing a broken chair matters, that repairing a leaking pipe contributes to civilization's ongoing maintenance, that all such work participates in the divine work of Hephaestus, whether acknowledged as such or not. The transition from Bronze Age to Iron Age occurred during the period when Greek mythology was being formed and refined, and Hephaestus symbolically spans this technological transition. Early stories emphasized bronze work, later ones incorporate iron. the god himself remains constant even as the materials change, suggesting that the principles of craft transcend specific technologies. What matters is not which metal you work with, but whether you understand how to transform it, whether you grasp the relationship between heat and malleability, whether you have developed the skill to shape resistant materials into forms that serve human purposes. This adaptability reflects historical reality. Smiths who mastered bronze work could adapt their knowledge to iron once that technology arrived. The fundamental understanding of forge operation, of how fire affects metal, of when material is ready to work and when it needs more heating. This knowledge transferred across different materials. Hephaestus, as constant god through technological change, represents the transferability of craft knowledge, the way that underlying principles remain valid even as surface techniques evolve. For bedtime audiences, this suggests that skills learned in one context apply in others, that effort spent developing capability is never wasted even if the specific application changes, that the underlying competence transfers. This can be comforting for anyone facing transitions, children growing into new developmental stages, adults changing careers, anyone adapting to new circumstances. The specific tools may change, but the disposition toward patient problem solving, toward methodical effort, toward trust in process, remains valuable across all contexts. The forge as literal space also carries symbolic weight in terms of transformation and identity. When you enter the forge, you are one thing. When you leave, you are changed. Not physically transformed, like materials heated and hammered, but changed by the work you have done, by what you have learned, by how you have extended your capabilities. Each completed project represents a small evolution in skill. Each problem solved adds to the repertoire of solutions you can draw on in future. Each mistake teaches something about what not to do, about where processes can fail, about what to watch for next time. This accumulation of experiential knowledge cannot be rushed or skipped. You cannot become a master craftsman by reading about metalwork or watching others do it. You must heat metal yourself, strike it yourself. Watch how it responds to your specific force, applied at your specific angle, in your specific rhythm. You must burn yourself and learn where not to place your hands. You must ruin pieces and understand what went wrong. You must slowly, through countless repetitions, develop the physical intuition that allows skilled work. The feel of when metal is at the right temperature, the sound of a properly struck blow, the visual assessment of when a piece has been worked enough. Hephaestus represents this embodied knowledge, wisdom that lives in hands and muscles and senses, rather than in abstract principles. The forge teaches through direct experience in ways that cannot be replaced by theoretical instruction. This grounds the mythology in physical reality, even as it deals with divine figures, making the stories resonate with anyone who has learned to do anything requiring physical skill, whether sports or music or cooking or building, or any of the countless human activities that require training the body to perform precise actions automatically. The isolation of forge work, hot, loud, physically demanding, also features in the mythology as both refuge and challenge. Hephaestus works alone or with minimal assistance, concentrated on the task at hand, free from the social pressures that operate elsewhere in Olympus. The forge becomes a space where he can be fully himself, where his worth is determined by the quality of his work rather than by how well he performs in social interactions. This resonates with anyone who has felt more comfortable in focused work than in social situations, anyone who finds their confidence in competence rather than charm, anyone who has experienced work as refuge from social anxiety. But isolation also means limited connection, limited warmth of human or divine contact, limited opportunity for the kinds of casual interactions that build community. Hephaestus gains independence and security through his skill, but potentially loses something in terms of social integration. The mythology does not pretend this trade-off is simple or painless. It presents both the benefits and costs of finding identity primarily through work, of building life around competence rather than relationship. For bedtime stories, this complexity works well because it validates different personality types and life approaches without insisting on a single correct path. Some people thrive in social settings. Others find their strength in focused individual work. Neither approach is wrong. Both have advantages and limitations. The story of Hephaestus validates the latter path while acknowledging its challenges, providing mythological permission to be the kind of person who finds deep satisfaction in making things, even if that makes you different from the socially graceful majority. The permanence of well-made objects appears repeatedly as a theme. Armor created by Hephaestus outlasts the warriors who wear it. Buildings stand for centuries. Tools pass from generation to generation. The well-crafted object endures beyond its maker, carrying forward the skill and care invested in its creation. This permanence contrasts with the ephemeral nature of so much human activity. Words spoken and forgotten, performances that exist only in the moment, experiences that cannot be preserved exactly as they occurred. Making physical objects that last represents a form of immortality available even to mortals. You may die, but the table you built might serve your great-grandchildren. The house you constructed might shelter families a century from now. The sword you forged might win battles long after you are dust. Hephaestus, as divine craftsman, magnifies this mortal experience to cosmic scale, creating objects that last as long as gods themselves. But the underlying principle applies at all levels. Good work endures, and that endurance is meaningful. This connects to sleep preparation through the idea of leaving things in good order. Before rest, there is satisfaction in knowing that tasks are completed, that tools are clean and stored properly, that work has been done to a standard that will stand up tomorrow and next week and next year. The forge worker who banks the fire correctly, who cleans tools before putting them away, who leaves the workspace organized for the next day's labor. This person can rest with the calm that comes from work properly completed. The bedtime story encourages this mindset. Attend to what needs attention. Do it properly. Then rest with clear conscience because you have met your responsibilities adequately. The vulnerability of the maker also features in Hephaestus mythology, usually less prominently, but importantly nonetheless. Creating something and releasing it into the world always involves risk. Others may misuse it, break it, fail to appreciate it, criticize it unfairly. The maker invests time, skill, care, and pieces of themselves into creations that then exist independently, subject to uses and interpretations the maker cannot control. Hephaestus experiences this repeatedly. Objects used in ways he might not choose, his gifts sometimes turned against him, his work appreciated more than he himself is appreciated. Yet he continues making. This persistence in the face of these vulnerabilities represents a kind of courage distinct from battlefield bravery. It is the courage to continue creating, knowing that creation always involves exposure, that putting work into the world always opens you to judgment and misuse, that the only way to avoid these risks is to create nothing, which is not actually an acceptable alternative. The mythology validates this ongoing courage without making it dramatic or heroic in the traditional sense. It is simply what makers do. They make, they release their work, they begin again. For listeners preparing to sleep, this normalizes creative vulnerability. If even gods experience the anxiety of sharing their work, then mortal makers can forgive themselves for similar feelings. The story suggests that these feelings are not weaknesses to overcome, but natural parts of the creative process, to be acknowledged and then proceeded despite. You cannot remove the vulnerability without removing the creation, so you accept the vulnerability as the cost of doing work that matters. The cyclical nature of craft work, project completed, new project begun, materials exhausted and replenished, tools worn and resharpened, mirrors natural cycles of day and night, season to season, life to death, to new life. This rhythm appears throughout Hephaestus mythology in the ongoing nature of his work. He is never depicted as finished, as having completed all possible creation. There are always more requests, more projects, more problems requiring solutions. This could be exhausting if framed as endless burden, but the mythology generally presents it as simply the nature of things. Work is not a temporary condition to be completed, but an ongoing feature of existence, and the goal is to find sustainable rhythms rather than to finish forever. Sleep fits into this cyclical understanding as one phase of the larger rhythm. The workday ends, the forge cools, rest comes, then the new day begins, and work resumes. Neither phase is more important than the other. Both are necessary. The bedtime framing emphasizes this balance, suggesting that rest is not laziness but essential preparation for tomorrow's work, that the cycle requires both effort and recovery, that honoring the rhythm serves the work better than pretending perpetual productivity is possible or desirable. The fire that never entirely goes out becomes a symbol of this continuity. Even when the forge appears cold, embers remain that can be coaxed back to flame, allowing work to resume without starting from nothing. The careful tending of fire represents the care required to maintain any ongoing practice, relationships, skills, health, communities. These things require regular attention. Neglect them too long, and they die completely, requiring much more effort to rebuild than they would have required to maintain. Tend them consistently, and they remain alive, ready to flame back to full activity when needed. This principle of maintenance over dramatic intervention appears throughout craft mythology and practice. The skilled craftsperson prevents problems rather than heroically fixing them, notices wear before it becomes breakage, addresses small issues before they cascade into large failures. This preventive attention is less dramatic than emergency repair, but far more effective. Hephaestus as god of maintenance and repair, not just creation of new objects, validates the less celebrated but arguably more important work of keeping existing things functional. For bedtime, this suggests paying attention to small discomforts and needs before they become urgent problems, attending to minor anxieties before they grow into major worries, addressing relationship tensions before they become crises, noticing when rest is needed and taking it before exhaustion forces the issue. The preventive approach reduces drama and crisis, making for a calmer existence overall, which is exactly the mindset conducive to good sleep. The collaborative aspect of large craft projects appears in some Hephaestus stories, particularly when he creates something enormous, like a palace or a ship. These projects require coordination among multiple skilled workers, each contributing specific expertise, all working toward a unified goal. The master craftsman in this context becomes less a solitary genius and more a coordinator of complementary skills, someone who can envision the whole while managing the parts, who understands both the large-scale design and the specific requirements of each component. This collaborative model suggests that craft wisdom includes knowing when to seek help, when to acknowledge that a task exceeds individual capability, when to trust others to contribute their expertise toward a shared goal. Hephaestus in these stories is secure enough in his own skill to work with others, to teach and learn simultaneously, to create spaces where collective effort produces results no individual could achieve alone. The mythology thus validates both independent work and collaboration, suggesting that wisdom lies in knowing which approach each situation requires. The tools Hephaestus uses to create other tools, hammers to make swords, tongs to hold hot metal, anvils that shape what is struck upon them, represent the bootstrapping nature of technological development. Each generation of tools enables the next generation, which in turn makes possible tools that were previously unimaginable. The hammer itself had to be invented before the more sophisticated tools it enables could be created. The forge had to be built before the objects it produces could be made. Every technology rests on prior technologies in a chain extending back to the simplest applications of fire and stone. Hephaestus as divine smith represents the entire chain, the accumulated knowledge of generations of makers building on each other's innovations. Each craftsperson receives tools and techniques from predecessors, and if wise, adds something before passing them forward to successors. This intergenerational transmission of knowledge makes craft a fundamentally social enterprise, even when performed alone. You are never truly working in isolation. You work in conversation with everyone who contributed to your tools, techniques, and understanding, and in anticipation of everyone who will build on what you create. This long view counters the modern obsession with individual genius and overnight success. The mythology insists that real advancement is slow, collective, built on foundations laid by people whose names we may never know. The steel sword could not exist without the knowledge gained from centuries of bronze work. The skyscraper requires accumulated understanding of metallurgy, materials science, engineering, and construction techniques developed gradually across millennia. Hephaestus honors this gradual accumulation, this patient building of capability generation after generation. For sleep, this perspective helps reduce the pressure to accomplish everything immediately, to achieve perfection quickly, to demonstrate worth through dramatic success. The story suggests that meaningful contribution takes time, that your role is to do your part in the larger project that extends far beyond your lifetime, that patient incremental progress is not failure, but how actual change happens. This long view can ease the anxiety that prevents sleep, the feeling that you must solve everything now, that time is running out, that your worth depends on immediate dramatic achievement. The relationship between innovation and tradition appears in how Hephaestus works. He honors traditional techniques, the fundamental principles of heating and hammering and cooling that have always defined forge work, while also pushing boundaries, creating objects that have never existed before, solving problems in novel ways. The balance between respecting what works and experimenting with new approaches defines skilled craft. Abandoning tradition entirely means losing accumulated wisdom. Clinging too tightly to tradition means stagnation and inability to meet new challenges. Hephaestus navigates this tension by understanding the principles underlying traditional techniques. He knows why certain approaches work, which allows him to adapt them intelligently when situations demand new solutions. He is not following rules blindly or rebelling against them pointlessly. He understands the logic of the rules well enough to know when they apply and when something different is needed. This represents mature expertise. Not the beginner who must follow instructions exactly, not the rebel who rejects all guidance, but the master who has internalized principles deeply enough to apply them flexibly. The mythology thus validates both learning from the past and adapting to the present, both honoring tradition and innovating when necessary. For listeners at any life stage, this balance is relevant. Children learning how the world works need to understand established patterns while also developing their own approaches. Adults navigating change need to determine what from their past remains useful and what must be released to accommodate new realities. The Hephaestus model suggests examining the principles underlying any practice. If the principles remain sound, preserve the AI practice. If circumstances have changed such that old approaches no longer serve those principles well, adapt while maintaining commitment to the underlying values. The materials Hephaestus works with, metal, stone, wood, clay, each have their own natures that must be understood and respected. Metal becomes soft when heated, but returns to hardness when cooled. Wood is strong along its grain, but splits easily across it. Clay can be shaped while wet, but becomes permanent when fired. Stone resists shaping, but lasts nearly forever once set in place. The skilled craftsperson does not fight these inherent properties, but works with them, accepting the constraints materials impose while finding creative possibilities within those constraints. This principle of working with material nature, rather than against it, extends metaphorically to all human effort. People have inherent tendencies and limitations that cannot be completely overridden through will or effort. Situations have underlying structures that must be understood rather than wished away. Hephaestus, as master craftsman, succeeds not by imposing his will on resistant materials, but by understanding their properties deeply enough to work with them toward desired ends. The mythology suggests applying this same approach to life. Understand the actual nature of yourself, others, and situations. Work with that reality rather than fighting it. Find creative solutions within actual constraints, rather than fantasizing about removing all limits. For sleep, this means accepting, rather than fighting your body's natural rhythms. Working with your actual sleep patterns, instead of trying to force yourself into some idealized schedule that might work for others, but doesn't fit you. Creating conditions that support your particular needs, rather than assuming one approach works for everyone. The Hephaestus model is deeply pragmatic. What actually works is more important than what should theoretically work. What actually produces results matters more than what would be ideal in an imaginary world without constraints. The teaching of craft skills appears in Hephaestus mythology as a sacred transmission, knowledge too valuable to be hoarded. This contrasts sharply with other divine gifts that gods jealously guard or punish mortals for accessing. Fire itself was supposed to remain divine property, and Prometheus is eternally punished for sharing it with humanity. But the craft knowledge of how to use fire productively, how to build forges and work metal and create tools, this Hephaestus teaches freely, even eagerly, multiplying capability throughout the mortal world. This generosity with knowledge reflects an understanding that skill is not diminished by sharing. If Hephaestus teaches another smith to work bronze, he is not made less skilled himself. If many craftspeople learn to make excellent tools, this does not reduce the excellence of any individual craftsperson. Knowledge is unusual among resources in that it can be given away while still being retained, shared without loss, multiplied without diminishment. The Hephaestus model celebrates this property of knowledge, encouraging transmission rather than hoarding, teaching rather than gatekeeping. Modern listeners can hear in this an argument against artificial scarcity of knowledge, against paywalling information that could benefit everyone, against the hoarding of expertise behind professional credentialing, designed more to exclude than to ensure quality. The mythology suggests that widespread competence serves everyone better than concentrated expertise, that communities thrive when many people have useful skills, rather than when a few experts control necessary knowledge. The failure and recovery cycle appears in Hephaestus, stories less dramatically than in other myths, but importantly nonetheless. Projects fail, materials crack, designs prove inadequate. The mythology does not depict Hephaestus as infallible, creating perfect objects on first attempt through divine inspiration. Rather, he is shown as skilled precisely because he has failed many times, learned from those failures, and incorporated that learning into improved practice. The master craftsman is not someone who never fails, but someone who fails productively, extracting lessons and applying them. This normalization of failure as essential to learning, rather than as shameful inadequacy, provides valuable framing for bedtime audiences. Children especially benefit from understanding that mistakes are how skill develops, that failure is not catastrophic, but informative, that the path to competence runs through many errors. Adults benefit from the same message applied to larger life issues: career setbacks, relationship difficulties, health challenges, all the ways that life refuses to proceed smoothly according to plan. The Hephaestus model suggests meeting these failures the way a smith meets a cracked blade. Examine what went wrong, understand why, adjust, approach, try again with improved technique. The pride of craftsmanship appears throughout the mythology as a positive quality distinct from arrogance. Hephaestus takes satisfaction in work well done. He creates objects that announce their quality, that carry his mark, that reflect the care invested in their making. This pride is earned through actual achievement and is therefore legitimate rather than delusional. The mythology distinguishes between the false pride of those who claim status they have not earned and the justified satisfaction of those who have developed real expertise through long effort. This distinction matters for healthy self-regard, taking pride in actual accomplishments, in skills genuinely developed, in work that meets or exceeds standards you set for yourself. This is psychologically healthy and socially valuable. It becomes arrogance only when disconnected from actual achievement, when the self-assessment exceeds the reality, when pride is claimed without the foundation that would justify it. Hephaestus models the healthy version. He knows he is skilled because he has the evidence of countless successful projects, and he neither downplays that skill in false modesty nor exaggerates it into grandiosity. For listeners, this models appropriate self-assessment. Acknowledge what you are good at. Take satisfaction in your genuine accomplishments. Maintain accurate understanding of both your strengths and limitations. This balanced self-knowledge contributes to the calm needed for sleep, eliminating both the anxiety of feeling inadequate and the brittleness of inflated self-regard that must be constantly defended against reality. The utility of ugly things appears as a minor theme in Hephaestus mythology. Not everything beautiful is useful. Not everything useful is beautiful. Some tools function perfectly well despite being aesthetically unremarkable. Some structures serve their purposes without being architectural marvels. The mythology acknowledges this reality while still celebrating beauty where it can be achieved. But it insists that usefulness has its own value independent of appearance, that an ugly tool that works reliably is better than a beautiful tool that fails. This applies obviously to Hephaestus himself, the god whose physical appearance does not meet Olympian standards, but whose work is indispensable. It also applies to countless objects and practices in human life. The worn work boots that fit perfectly, the scarred cutting board that has served for decades, the unglamorous habits and routines that make life function smoothly, even though they would never appear in lifestyle magazines or social media posts. The mythology validates finding value in the unglamorous useful, in taking care of things that work regardless of how they look, in prioritizing function over appearance when the two conflict. The bedtime application suggests focusing on what actually helps you sleep, rather than what looks good or seems sophisticated. If a worn blanket provides comfort, use it regardless of its aesthetic limitations. If an unglamorous routine works, maintain it even if it is not Instagram-worthy. The Hephaestus model cares about results, about what actually serves human needs, about effectiveness measured by function rather than appearance. This perspective can free listeners from anxiety about whether their sleep habits look right, and refocus them on whether those habits work. The relationship between the gods who need and the god who provides features throughout Hephaestus mythology as a power dynamic that reverses surface appearances. The beautiful gods who seem powerful because of their appearance or charisma or social status must ultimately depend on the ungainly god they socially exclude. This creates a complex hierarchy where formal power and practical power do not align, where those who appear most privileged are actually dependent on someone they treat as lesser. The mythology does not resolve this contradiction into a simple moral. Hephaestus does not overthrow the unjust system or refuse service to those who disrespect him or demand proper recognition as condition of his assistance. He simply continues working, providing what is needed, maintaining his position through indispensability, rather than through demanding acknowledgement. This could be read as passivity, as accepting unjust arrangements, or it could be read as a form of power beyond conventional power, as security that comes from being necessary regardless of whether that necessity is acknowledged with respect. Different listeners will interpret this differently based on their own situations and values. Some may see validation for quiet competence, for doing good work regardless of recognition. Others may see a problematic acceptance of unjust social hierarchies. The mythology is complex enough to support multiple readings, which may itself be the point, that real situations are complicated, that there are not always clean resolutions, that sometimes you must decide for yourself what balance to strike between demanding respect and simply doing what needs doing, regardless of whether respect is forthcoming. The transformation of the self through work appears as perhaps the deepest theme in Hephaestus mythology. Every project completed changes the craftsperson who completed it. Skills improve incrementally. Understanding deepens through practical application. Confidence grows from accumulated success. The person who emerges from years at the forge is fundamentally different from the person who entered, shaped by the work as surely as the work shaped materials into useful forms. This slow transformation of the self through practice parallels other slow transformative processes: education, relationship development, personal growth, spiritual development. recovery from trauma. All the ways that humans change gradually through sustained effort, over time rather than through sudden dramatic conversion. Hephaestus, as patron of this patient transformation, validates the slow path, the unglamorous daily practice, the steady accumulation of small improvements that eventually sum to fundamental change. For bedtime listeners, this long-view transformation helps counter the modern obsession with quick fixes and overnight change. Real development takes time. Real skill requires years of practice. Real wisdom accumulates gradually through experience. This is not discouraging but reassuring. You do not need to become perfect immediately. You only need to keep working steadily, trusting that small daily efforts compound into significant change given sufficient time. This perspective reduces the urgency and anxiety that prevent sleep, replacing them with calm confidence in process. The acceptance of imperfection as the price of creation features subtly in Hephaestus mythology. Perfection is not actually achievable in physical objects. Every tool has tiny flaws. Every structure has minor irregularities. The question is whether the imperfections prevent function or are merely aesthetic. A sword with a slightly uneven edge can still fight effectively. A bowl with a slight wobble can still hold soup. The skilled craftsperson learns to distinguish between flaws that matter and flaws that do not, between imperfections that must be corrected and those that can be accepted. This acceptance of imperfection as reality rather than failure applies well to all human endeavors. No relationship is perfect. No career unfolds exactly as planned. No day proceeds without some deviation from the ideal. Learning to distinguish between problems that require attention and imperfections that can be accepted becomes essential for mental health and sustainable functioning. The Hephaestus model suggests applying craftsperson discernment. Understand what matters, address what must be addressed, accept what can be accepted, and do not waste energy demanding impossible perfection. Bedtime application is direct. Sleep will not be perfect every night. Your sleep routine will not work flawlessly. You will sometimes have difficulty falling asleep despite doing everything right. This is normal rather than catastrophic. The goal is not perfect sleep, but adequate sleep, not flawless rest, but sufficient recovery. Accepting this removes the performative anxiety around sleep, the worry about whether you are sleeping well enough, optimally enough, perfectly enough. The Hephaestus perspective suggests that functional is good enough, that striving for perfection often undermines functionality, that accepting good enough outcomes reduces the stress that prevents even adequate outcomes. The legacy of objects outlasting their creator becomes a meditation on meaning and mortality in Hephaestus mythology. The armor survives the warrior. The building outlasts the builder. The tool serves generations of users who never meet its maker. This physical persistence of crafted objects offers a form of continuity across time, a way for effort and care to extend beyond the finite life of the person who invested that effort and care. You die, but what you made continues, carrying forward your skill and intention into a future you will never see. This theme can be comforting or unsettling, depending on perspective and mood. It suggests that what we make matters more than we might think, that our actions ripple forward in ways we cannot fully predict or control, that we are always creating legacy, whether we intend to or not. For some, this validates the importance of their work, the significance of putting care into even small tasks. For others, it might raise anxiety about whether they are creating the right legacy, making the right things, investing effort wisely. The bedtime framing emphasizes the comforting interpretation. Your good work today matters beyond today. The care you invest now persists. The problems you solve stay solved, at least for a while. This validates taking time to do things properly, even when tired, to complete tasks adequately, even when it would be easier to shortcut, because the quality of your work affects not only you, but everyone who encounters what you create. This sense of meaningful contribution, of work that matters beyond its immediate context, can provide the psychological satisfaction that facilitates rest. The fire that transforms without destroying appears as central symbol throughout Hephaestus mythology. Fire can destroy. It burns, consumes, reduces to ash. But fire can also transform. It softens, melts, hardens, purifies, joins. The difference lies in how fire is used, in the skill and intention of the person controlling it. Hephaestus represents the controlled use of fire, heat applied precisely to achieve specific transformations. The understanding that the same force that destroys carelessly can create purposefully when properly wielded. This duality of fire as potential destruction or transformation extends metaphorically to all powerful forces and tools. Technology can harm or help. Knowledge can enlighten or deceive. Power can oppress or protect. The force itself is neutral. The outcome depends on how it is used and to what ends. Hephaestus, as master of fire, represents the wisdom to use power carefully, to understand that capability requires responsibility, that the ability to transform carries obligation to transform thoughtfully. For contemporary audiences, this theme resonates with concerns about technology, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and all the powerful tools humans have developed without always developing the wisdom to use them well. The Hephaestus mythology does not provide answers, but insists on the questions. What are you making? Why are you making it? Who will it serve? What might go wrong? What are you responsible for? These questions do not prevent creation, but make it more thoughtful, more intentional, more likely to produce outcomes that serve rather than harm. The bedtime application suggests examining your own uses of power and capability, however modest. Are you using your skills to build or to tear down? Are you creating things that will serve good purposes or complicate problems? Are you being thoughtful about the small daily choices that accumulate into the shape of your life? This self-examination need not be anxious or guilt-ridden, but can be calmly reflective. A gentle accounting that helps clarify values and intentions before sleep. And so the mythology of Hephaestus settles into its quieting rhythm, the story of the forge becoming the story of patient transformation, of small steps accumulating into significant change, of value created through steady work rather than dramatic gesture. The god who began as an outsider ends as indispensable, not through demanding recognition, but through making himself necessary, not through changing how others see him, but through demonstrating what he can do. His forge continues burning, transforming raw materials into useful forms, solving problems through patient application of heat and skill and time. The lesson Hephaestus offers to those settling into sleep is fundamentally calming. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to be perfect or admired or immediately successful. You need only to do the next thing that needs doing, to apply what skill you have to the problems within your reach, to trust that patient effort compounds over time into meaningful achievement. The work of making the world slightly better, slightly more livable, slightly more functional. This work continues tomorrow. Tonight, rest. Bank the fire to embers. Put tools away clean. Leave the workspace ready for tomorrow's labor. and sleep, knowing that slow progress is still progress, that small improvements matter, that civilization is built one careful step at a time by people who show up consistently to do work that needs doing. The forge cools, the day ends, the story settles into silence. And in that silence, in the space between effort and rest, between work completed and work not yet begun, there is peace. The peace of knowing your efforts matter. The peace of understanding that perfection is not required, only persistence. The peace of accepting that you are enough as you are, that your skills have value, that your patient work contributes to something larger than yourself. This is the gift of Hephaestus, god of the forge, patron of all who make. The knowledge that steady work, patiently done, shapes chaos into form and transforms the world, one small improvement at a time. Rest now. Tomorrow, the forge fires again. But tonight, peace. Tonight, sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Begin with a voice that feels like settling into deep water, calm and complete, as if the story has always been here, waiting to be remembered. The listener is invited to rest while hearing the full history of Ares, not as a tale of heroes or battles won, but as the Greek understanding of rage itself, how it begins, how it spreads, and what it costs. This is the story of a force, the ancient world, recognized as real and dangerous. The heat that rises in the chest when pride is challenged, the escalation that turns a single insult into generations of bloodshed, the seductive simplicity of violence when all other answers feel too slow or too complicated. Ares is not presented as a villain to fear or a hero to admire, but as a pattern to understand, a wave of emotion that crashes through individuals, families, and entire civilizations, promising strength, but often delivering only ash and exhaustion. The Greeks gave this pattern a name and a face, so they could see it clearly, so they could teach each other to recognize the moment when conflict begins to feed on itself, when anger stops being a response and becomes an identity. Tonight, as the listener drifts towards sleep, they will hear how the god of war was born into a world already uneasy, how his presence revealed what the Olympians themselves struggled to contain, how his energy moved through mortal life like fire through dry grass, and how the Greeks built their wisdom around the hope that rage, no matter how loud, could be cooled by thought, by time, by the choice to step back from the edge. The story begins in the high realm of Olympus, where the gods gathered after their long war against the Titans, after the world had been divided and order had been imposed on chaos. This was meant to be the age of stability, the time when divine rule would bring structure to the cosmos. But even among the gods, even in the halls of eternal power, there were tensions that could not be fully resolved. Zeus ruled as king, Hera as queen, and around them gathered the forces that would shape mortal and immortal life. Wisdom, beauty, craft, harvest, prophecy, the underworld, the sea. Each god embodied something essential, something the Greeks believed threaded through existence itself. And into this assembly came Ares, born to Zeus and Hera, embodying not the thoughtful aspects of conflict, not strategy or justice or defense, but the raw surge of aggression, the moment when reason stops and violence begins. From his first breath, Ares was different. Where Athena, also born of divine power, emerged fully formed and armored with clarity and purpose, Ares seemed to carry restlessness in his very nature. He did not sit comfortably at the feast. He did not enjoy the measured debates or the long planning sessions where the gods shaped the fate of the world below. He wanted movement, confrontation, the satisfaction of dominance proven in action. The other gods found him difficult. He was loud where they sought harmony. He was impulsive where they valued patience. He turned disagreements into challenges and challenges into open fights. Even Zeus, who understood power and wielded it without hesitation, grew wary of his son's temperament. Ares did not honor the subtle negotiations that kept Olympus from tearing itself apart. He seemed to thrive on the very friction everyone else worked to smooth over. This was the Greeks' way of naming something they observed in themselves and in their communities. The part of human nature that wants the argument to escalate, that feels alive in the heat of conflict, that mistakes intensity for truth. Ares represented the seduction of that heat. The way anger can feel righteous simply because it is strong. The way dominance can feel like clarity because it cuts through complexity with force. In the Greek imagination, this was not a foreign invader or an evil to be destroyed. It was part of the family of existence, born from the king and queen of the gods themselves, which meant it was woven into the structure of reality. The Greeks did not pretend rage did not exist. They gave it a throne on Olympus and then spent their stories exploring what happened when it was allowed to lead, when it was opposed, when it mixed with other forces, and when it finally burned itself out. Ares became the god they could point to when they wanted to explain why battles that should have ended kept going, why insults turned into feuds that lasted generations, why young men marched off to war with pride and came back hollow, why cities that won through violence still felt defeated in some deeper way. But before Ares entered the mortal world, before his influence spread through human communities like wildfire through summer grass, he had to establish himself among the immortals. The other gods watched him carefully, uncertain how to integrate this force into their carefully balanced realm. Hera, his mother, felt a complicated mixture of pride and unease. She had wanted a son who would reflect her power, her status as queen of the heavens. But Ares embodied something she could not fully control. Unlike Hephaestus, her other son, who channeled his energy into creation and craft, Ares seemed to resist any attempt to direct his nature toward productive ends. He was not interested in making things. He was interested in breaking them, in testing them, in proving their weaknesses. Zeus saw in his son a reflection of the violence that had won him his throne. The war against the Titans had been brutal, a conflict that reshaped the cosmos and established divine order through overwhelming force. Zeus understood that power, had wielded it without hesitation when the stakes were total. But he also understood that ruling required more than the ability to destroy enemies. It required the wisdom to know when force was necessary and when it would create more problems than it solved. Ares seemed to lack this distinction. He saw every situation as potentially requiring force, every conversation as potentially becoming a contest, every relationship as potentially turning adversarial. This made him exhausting to be around, even for the king of the gods who had fought his way to supremacy. Apollo, the god of light and prophecy and measured excellence, found Ares particularly frustrating. Apollo represented the Greek ideal of balance, of developing multiple capacities, of excellence that came through discipline and practice rather than raw aggression. He played the lyre, he offered prophecy, he healed, and he could bring plague. He exemplified the harmony between different aspects of power. Ares seemed to have no interest in balance. He was singular in his focus, undiluted in his intensity, and he seemed to view Apollo's multiplicity as weakness, as diffusion of power, rather than refinement of it. The two gods clashed repeatedly, their arguments revealing the fundamental tension the Greeks saw between cultivation and destruction, between the patient development of civilization and the immediate gratification of domination. Artemis, Apollo's twin, goddess of the hunt and wilderness, had a different relationship with Ares. She understood violence. Every hunter does. She knew what it meant to track, to strike, to kill. But her violence served a purpose: sustenance, survival, the maintenance of natural balance. Ares' violence seemed to serve only itself, to perpetuate conflict for its own sake. When Artemis hunted, she honored her prey, acknowledged the exchange of life for life, participated in a cycle that fed the world. When Ares fought, he sought humiliation, dominance, the total subjugation of the opponent. There was no honor in it, no reciprocity, no larger pattern being served. This distinction mattered deeply to the Greeks, who valued the idea that even necessary violence could be conducted with respect, that taking life could be done in ways that acknowledged the gravity of the act. Hephaestus, the craftsman god, offered yet another contrast to Ares. Where Ares destroyed, Hephaestus created. Where Ares moved with impulsive fury, Hephaestus worked with patient skill. The two were brothers, both sons of Hera, but they could not have been more different in temperament. Hephaestus transformed raw materials into objects of beauty and utility, armor that protected, tools that built, art that inspired. His power came from understanding materials, from working with their nature rather than against it, from the slow accumulation of skill through practice. Ares respected none of this. He saw Hephaestus as weak, trapped at his forge, while the real action happened elsewhere. He mocked his brother's limp, the physical imperfection that made Hephaestus work from stillness rather than charging into motion. But the Greeks knew something Ares did not. The things Hephaestus made lasted. The battles Ares won were forgotten as soon as the next battle began. But the sword Hephaestus forged, the stacey palace he built, the complex mechanism he designed, these endured. This was a teaching embedded in the contrast between the brothers. Destruction is quick and feels powerful, but creation is what actually shapes the world over time. A man could burn down a city in a day, but building a city took generations. Ares offered the immediate satisfaction of tearing something down. Hephaestus offered the slower, deeper satisfaction of bringing something into being that had not existed before. The relationship between Ares and Aphrodite added another layer to his character, one the Greeks found particularly revealing. Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, a strategic marriage arranged by Zeus, perhaps to honor the craftsman god, or perhaps to create stability among the Olympians. But Aphrodite's heart was not bound by arrangement, and she was drawn to Ares with an intensity that matched his own nature. The affair between the goddess of beauty and desire and the god of war became one of the most discussed relationships in Greek mythology, not because it was romantic, but because it revealed something about the connection between passion and violence, between the energy of attraction and the energy of aggression. The Greeks observed that the same intensity that drove people toward each other could also drive them to destroy each other. Love and hate were not opposites in the simple sense. They were both forms of intense engagement, both capable of overwhelming reason, both able to make people do things they would never do in a calmer state. Ares and Aphrodite together represented this dangerous combustibility, desire without restraint, passion without consideration of consequences, intensity that felt like truth, simply because it was overwhelming. Their union produced children who embodied what happened when these forces combined. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, the emotions that spread through armies and through hearts, gripped by obsessive love, or jealous rage. When Hephaestus discovered the affair, his response revealed yet another way to handle conflict, another path the Greeks wanted to illuminate. He did not rage like Ares would have. He did not demand immediate satisfaction or challenge his rival to combat. Instead, he planned. He used his craft, his skill, his patient understanding of how things worked. He created a net so fine it was invisible, so strong it could hold even gods. And he set his trap with precision. When Ares and Aphrodite met in secret, consumed by their passion and therefore blind to everything else, the net fell and held them fast. Hephaestus then called the other gods to witness, exposing the affair publicly, achieving his goal through intelligence rather than force. The other gods' reaction was telling. Some laughed, some were embarrassed, but the lesson was clear. Ares, for all his aggression, had been outwitted by someone he considered weak. Passion had made him vulnerable. Intensity had made him careless. The few Aino craftsmen, working with thought and skill, had defeated the warrior who relied on impulse and power. The Greeks told this story to teach that there are many kinds of strength, and the strength that comes from discipline and foresight often proves more effective than the strength that comes from rage and recklessness. Ares could win a physical fight against almost anyone, but he could not protect himself from the consequences of his own lack of self-control. After the humiliation of the net, Ares might have learned restraint, might have reflected on the costs of letting passion override judgment. But this was not his nature. The Greeks understood that some patterns, once established, are difficult to break. Ares continued as he had always been, impulsive, aggressive, seeking dominance, drawn to conflict. The episode with Aphrodite did not change him. It merely revealed what had always been true. He was a force of nature, consistent and predictable in his way. And the Greeks included him in their mythology, not because they wanted to celebrate him, but because they wanted to understand him, to study this pattern so thoroughly that they could recognize it in themselves and in their communities and choose differently. The narrative now moves gently from Olympus down into the mortal world, where Ares' influence was felt most keenly, where the abstract pattern became concrete reality in the lives of ordinary people trying to navigate honor and survival. The Greeks understood that war did not usually begin with grand causes or clear villains. It began small, in the space between people where pride and fear met and sparked. A man insults another man's honor at a public gathering, perhaps over something trivial, a seat at a table, a perceived slight, a rumor, a woman's attention. In a world where reputation is survival, where community standing determines a family's future, the insult cannot be ignored. To walk away is to accept lower status, to invite further disrespect, to show weakness that others will exploit. So the insulted man responds, not with violence yet, but with words meant to wound, meant to reassert dominance, meant to make the other man back down. But the other man cannot back down either, because now his honor is on the line in front of witnesses. The exchange escalates. Voices rise. What began as a moment of friction becomes a public confrontation. And both men are now locked into a performance where retreat feels like annihilation. This is where Ares enters mortal life. Not with trumpets and banners, but in the tightening of fists, the heat rising in the chest, the narrowing of vision, until nothing exists except the opponent and the need to win. And it does not stop there, because it never stops there. The confrontation ends, perhaps with blows, perhaps with threats, perhaps with one man storming away, while the other stands victorious. But the matter is not settled. It has only been pushed forward in time. The man who felt defeated will carry that shame, and shame is fuel. He will think about what happened, replay it, tell it to friends and family in a way that justifies his anger and builds support. His family will share his outrage because an insult to one is an insult to all, and soon the conflict is no longer between two individuals, but between two groups. Allies are gathered, old friendships are tested. Neutrality becomes impossible because to refuse to support your kinsman is to betray him. The other side does the same, fortifying their position, preparing for the next confrontation, justifying their stance with stories of how they were wronged or provoked. And so, a single moment of friction becomes a feud, and the feud becomes tradition, and the tradition is passed down to children who inherit grievances they did not witness, and anger they did not earn, but are expected to carry as proof of loyalty. The Greeks watched this pattern play out in their villages, in their cities, between their city-states. A dispute over grazing land would spark tensions between neighboring communities. A trade disagreement would escalate into an embargo. A young man would seduce or be accused of seducing a woman from another family, and suddenly alliances that had held for generations would fracture along fault lines of loyalty and honor. Each step felt justified to those taking it. Each escalation seemed like a necessary response to the other side's provocation. And Ares thrived in this environment because he did not need to create the conflicts. They created themselves through the mechanics of honor culture, through the social reality that a man's worth was determined by how he was perceived, through the very real consequences of appearing weak in a world where weakness invited exploitation. This is how Ares spreads, not through conquest or invasion, but through the contagious nature of conflict itself. One spark finds dry wood, and the fire grows. And the heat of the fire creates more sparks. And soon the whole forest is burning, and no one remembers where it started or why. The Greeks observed this pattern in their own lives, and in the lives of neighboring cities. They watched disputes over grazing land turn into blood feuds. They watched trade disagreements turn into embargoes, and embargoes into raids, and raids into wars that lasted decades. They watched young men eager to prove themselves get swept into violence that older men had started and could no longer control. And they created Ares as the mythic explanation, the divine embodiment of the force that turned friction into catastrophe. Not because anyone wanted catastrophe, but because each small escalation felt justified in the moment, necessary, defensive, righteous. Fear is part of the fuel, perhaps the most powerful part. The Greeks understood that much of what looks like aggression is actually fear dressed in armor. A man strikes first not because he is strong, but because he is afraid of being struck. A city attacks its neighbor not because it seeks glory, but because it fears the neighbor will grow too strong if left unchecked. A leader chooses war not because he loves violence, but because he fears appearing weak to his rivals, to his own people, to history. Ares thrives in this fear, because fear makes restraint feel like suicide. to hold back, to negotiate, to show patience. These feel like vulnerabilities that will be exploited. Better to strike first, to appear strong, to take control of the situation before someone else does. And so, fear pushes toward aggression, and aggression creates fear in others, and the cycle feeds itself, each side reinforcing the other's worst assumptions. The Greeks explored this through stories of cities that destroyed themselves through preemptive strikes, of leaders who initiated wars they believed were inevitable and thereby made them so, of communities that armed themselves for defense and then discovered that having weapons made conflict more likely rather than less. They understood that fear was rational in many ways. There were real threats, real enemies, real consequences to appearing weak. But they also understood that fear, unchecked by wisdom, led to disaster. That acting on fear, without pausing to verify whether the threat was as imminent as it seemed, often created the very outcome that was feared. This was another way Ares worked. He amplified fear until it felt like certainty, until the possibility of threat became the reality of imminent danger, until the cautious voice urging verification was drowned out by the urgent voice demanding action. Pride is the other fuel, and perhaps the more dangerous one because it is harder to address through reason. Fear can be calmed by evidence, by reassurance, by demonstrated safety. But pride digs in and refuses compromise because compromise feels like defeat. In the Greek world, honor was not an abstract value. It was social currency, the foundation of respect, the measure of a person's worth. To lose honor was to lose standing, and to lose standing was to lose protection, opportunity, marriage prospects, the ability to speak in assemblies, the trust of companions. So honor was defended with ferocity, because to let an insult stand was to accept diminishment, and diminishment spread like rot. Ares understood this. He did not need to create pride. It was already built into the structure of Greek life. He only needed to make each moment of conflict feel like a test of that pride, a line that could not be crossed without consequence. And so men fought over slights that a calmer observer might dismiss as trivial, not because they were fools, but because the social cost of backing down was real and permanent. The Greeks told stories of heroes destroyed by their own pride, of men who had everything, strength, skill, respect, family, and lost it all because they could not accept a moment of dishonor. Achilles, the greatest warrior of his generation, withdrew from battle over a perceived insult to his status, allowing his comrades to suffer and die while he nursed his wounded pride. When he finally returned to battle, it was not out of loyalty or duty, but out of rage over his friend's death. And his rage led him to desecrate his enemy's corpse, to refuse burial rites, to behave in ways that violated every code of honorable conduct. The Greeks told this story not to celebrate Achilles, but to show what happens when pride and rage combine, when the need to assert dominance overrides every other consideration, when winning the immediate moment matters more than maintaining one's integrity or honoring the bonds that make civilization possible. Ajax, another great warrior, faced a different test of pride. When Achilles died, his armor was awarded to Odysseus rather than to Ajax, who believed himself the worthier recipient. The insult was too much. Ajax's pride could not bear it. In his rage and shame, he attempted to murder the Greek commanders, but was deceived by Athena into slaughtering livestock instead, thinking them his enemies. when he realized what he had done, when he saw the gap between his self-image as a great hero and the reality of himself as a man who had lost control so completely, he could not bear to continue living. He killed himself rather than face the shame. The Greeks told this story to show that pride, when it becomes the foundation of identity, makes a person fragile rather than strong. If your sense of self depends entirely on external validation, on being recognized as the best, on never being dishonored, then you are at the mercy of others' opinions and the inevitable fluctuations of fortune. The narrative deepens into the Greek tension between Ares and Athena, between rage and wisdom, between impulse and strategy. If Ares was the heat of battle, Athena's was the cool calculation that sought victory through preparation rather than passion. Where Ares charged forward without thought for tomorrow, Athena planned, considered consequences, weighed costs, and acted with precision. Where Ares inspired men to fight until they dropped from exhaustion, Athena inspired them to fight smart, to know when to press and when to withdraw, to win not just the battle, but the peace that followed. The Greeks saw this as a fundamental divide in how power could be used. Ares represented the temptation to solve problems through sheer force. Hit harder, shout louder, dominate completely. Athena represented the discipline to use force only when necessary, only with clear purpose, only in service of something larger than the thrill of dominance itself. In myth, the two gods clashed repeatedly, and Athena always emerged the superior. During the Trojan War, she fought against Ares on the battlefield and defeated him, driving him from the field in pain and humiliation. She protected cities he sought to destroy. She guided heroes he tried to corrupt with bloodlust. The Greeks told these stories not to diminish Ares, but to teach a lesson. Rage is powerful but unreliable. It can win a single fight but lose the war. It can destroy an enemy but also destroy the one who wields it. Athena's victories over Ares were meant to show that discipline beats frenzy, that foresight beats impulse, that a mind guided by clarity will outlast a mind guided by heat. This was not just philosophy, it was survival strategy for a culture that had seen too many strong warriors fall because they let anger override judgment. Too many cities sacked because they attacked without considering whether they could hold what they took. Too many wars that dragged on because pride prevented anyone from accepting a reasonable peace. The Greeks valued Athena's approach because they had learned, through painful experience, that military success required more than courage and strength. It required logistics, strategy, diplomacy, the ability to form and maintain alliances, the wisdom to know when to fight and when to negotiate. The discipline to hold formations rather than charging wildly after individual glory. The contrast between Ares and Athena appeared not just in grand mythological battles, but in the daily decisions of Greek life. A city faced with a threat could respond with Ares' approach: immediate military action, overwhelming force, total destruction of the enemy. Or with Athena's approach: careful assessment of the threat, consideration of multiple response options, strategic use of alliances and diplomacy, and military action only when other options had been exhausted or proven insufficient. The city that chose Ares' path might win quickly, but it might also create new enemies, exhaust its resources, develop a reputation for aggression that made future alliances difficult, and find itself trapped in an endless cycle of conflict. The city that chose Athena's path might seem slower to act, might even seem weak to observers who valued decisive action, but it had a better chance of achieving lasting security of building relationships that would serve it in future crises, of preserving its resources for genuine threats rather than squandering them on unnecessary conflicts. The lesson was soothing in its way, because it offered hope. Conflict is not inevitable in every situation, but if you let rage lead, rage will create reasons to continue. If a man pauses before responding to an insult, if a leader considers whether violence will actually achieve the stated goal, if a community asks whether this fight is worth the cost, then Athena's wisdom has room to operate. But if the pause is skipped, if the question is never asked, if the heat of the moment becomes the only guide, then Ares takes over. And once Ares takes over, the conflict expands to fill all available space, feeding on itself, growing beyond anyone's ability to control it. The Greeks understood that pausing required courage of a different kind than charging into battle required. It took courage to hold back when others were pushing for action, to ask difficult questions when everyone else seemed certain, to advocate for patience when the prevailing mood favored immediate response. The person who counseled restraint risked being called a coward, being accused of weakness, being dismissed as someone who did not understand the gravity of the situation. But the Greeks also knew that this social pressure toward action, this fear of appearing weak, was precisely how Ares gained control. He weaponized the social dynamics of honor culture, turning the reasonable desire for respect into a trap that led people to make choices they would later regret. The wise person, in the Greek understanding, learned to resist this pressure, not by denying the importance of honor, but by broadening the definition of what truly merited honor. Was it more honorable to strike back immediately at every insult? Or to have the self-control to evaluate whether the insult warranted a response? Was it more honorable to dominate an enemy completely, or to achieve your goals with the minimum necessary force? Was it more honorable to never back down from a fight, or to have the wisdom to choose which fights mattered and which could be released? The Greeks explored these questions through their stories, their philosophy, their political debates, trying to create a culture where Athena's values could compete with Ares' seductions on more equal terms. From this rivalry, the story moves deeper into Ares' relationship with Aphrodite, revisiting it now with more nuance, framing it as the mingling of attraction and aggression, of desire and dominance. The Greeks observed that passion and violence could share energy. Both were intense, both could be obsessive, both involved the desire to possess or control, both could override rational thought. Ares and Aphrodite together became a mythic portrait of what happens when intensity becomes the only value, when the moment's feeling matters more than long-term consequences, when the thrill of transgression outweighs the bonds of loyalty and trust. Their relationship was transgressive by definition. Aphrodite was married, and her affair with Ares violated the sacred bond of marriage even among the gods. But the transgression itself seemed to be part of the attraction. The secrecy, the danger of discovery, the breaking of rules, these added intensity to their encounters. The Greeks were observing something about human nature. For some people, desire is heightened by prohibition, by the sense that what they are doing is forbidden. Ares and Aphrodite were not sneaking around despite the risk. They were attracted partly because of it. The danger was part of the appeal, the way conflict itself could be appealing to Ares, not despite its destructiveness, but because of it. This insight extended beyond romantic relationships. The Greeks noticed that some people seemed drawn to conflict, to drama, to situations that others would avoid. They sought out arguments created tensions where none had existed, felt most alive when everything was at stake. Aries represented this tendency toward escalation, toward making everything more intense than it needed to be. Combined with Aphrodite's energy of desire and attraction, the result was a volatile mixture. People drawn to each other with an intensity that seemed meaningful precisely because it was overwhelming. Relationships that felt significant because they were dramatic. Bonds that seemed deep because they were constantly tested through conflict and reconciliation. The children of Aries and Aphrodite, Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, embodied what this combination produced. Not love in the sense of building life together, but fear and terror in the sense of relationships that kept people off balance. Never quite secure, always vigilant for the next explosion. The Greeks were teaching about a certain kind of passionate relationship that could feel intoxicating, but was ultimately destabilizing, where the highs were very high, but the lows were devastating, where intensity was mistaken for intimacy, where the drama of the relationship became more important than the actual connection between the people involved. They were also teaching about the aftermath of such relationships. When the affair was exposed, Aphrodite faced social consequences, shame, mockery from the other gods, the humiliation of being trapped and displayed. Ares faced similar mockery, but seemed less affected by it, perhaps because shame required a capacity for self-reflection that he lacked. But the damage extended beyond the immediate participants. Hephaestus, the betrayed husband, had created something brilliant in his net, but he had used his brilliance to expose his own humiliation. He achieved revenge, but at the cost of public embarrassment. The entire divine community was made uncomfortable by the exposure, forced to witness something they would rather not have seen. This pattern repeated in human relationships touched by Ares' energy. The betrayal might achieve its immediate aim, a moment of passion, a feeling of aliveness, the thrill of taking what was forbidden, but it left wreckage behind. Broken trust could not be easily repaired. The betrayed partner carried wounds that might never fully heal. Children were caught in the middle of adult conflicts they did not understand and should not have been exposed to. Communities were forced to take sides, to navigate loyalties that had become complicated, to maintain relationships with people who no longer trusted each other. The Greeks understood that desire was not inherently destructive, that Aphrodite's energy could also create beauty, art, deep bonds of love and commitment, the passionate engagement with life that made existence rich and meaningful. But when Aphrodite's energy combined with Ares' lack of restraint, when desire was pursued without consideration of consequences, without respect for existing bonds, without concern for who might be hurt, then it became destructive. The teaching was not to suppress desire, but to guide it with wisdom, to let passion exist within structures of trust and commitment, to enjoy intensity without letting it justify harm. The narrative now transitions into the way Ares tests heroes and cities, focusing on the seductive nature of violence as identity. The Greeks explored this through numerous myths and historical accounts, examining the moment when a person or community crosses from using violence defensively to defining themselves through violent capability. A hero might begin with a noble motive, protecting his family, defending his city, standing up against injustice. The violence he employs is a means to an end, a tool used for a specific purpose. But somewhere along the journey, the means can become the end. The violence that was supposed to serve life becomes the center of life. The hero, who was supposed to protect others, becomes the hero, who needs threats to protect against, who perhaps even creates threats unconsciously because his identity now depends on being the protector, the warrior, the strong one. This transformation was subtle and dangerous because it felt like strength. The warrior who made violence central to his identity felt powerful, feared, respected in a certain way. Other people deferred to him, sought his protection, were careful not to provoke him. This felt like security, like having control over his life and his environment. But the Greeks observed that this security was fragile and ultimately illusory. The warrior who defined himself through violence needed violence to continue in order to maintain his identity. Peace became threatening because in peace, his defining characteristic had no outlet, no validation. He was a warrior with nothing to fight. And without the fight, who was he? The Greeks explored this through the aftermath of the Trojan War, through stories of warriors who could not return to civilian life, who found the routines of peacetime unbearably dull after years of combat, who startled at sudden movements, who dreamed of battle, who carried the war inside them long after it had ended externally. They explored it through cities like Sparta, which built its entire culture around military excellence, creating a society that was magnificent at war, but struggled with everything else: art, philosophy, commerce, the ordinary business of building a thriving civilization. Sparta produced warriors of legendary skill and courage, but it produced little else. And when the nature of warfare changed, when other approaches proved more effective, Sparta found itself unable to adapt because adaptation would have required becoming something other than what it had defined itself as being. The question the Greeks kept circling was, when does protection become aggression? And when does courage become pride? At what point does a hero cross the line from defending what he loves to seeking conflict because conflict is where he feels most alive? The answer was not always clear, and the Greeks did not pretend it was. They honored warriors and understood the necessity of defense, but they also warned against letting Ares define you, because once violence becomes identity, it becomes difficult to stop. Stopping feels like losing yourself. Peace feels like emptiness. The rush of battle, the clarity of us versus them, the simplicity of physical dominance, these can become addictive, and the addict will seek out new conflicts to sustain the feeling. This was true not just for individual warriors, but for entire civilizations. The Greeks watched as empires rose through military conquest, and then found themselves unable to transition to stable governance, because conquest was all they knew. They built armies capable of taking territory, but not administrations capable of governing it wisely. They created systems optimized for war, but not for peace. And so they had to keep making war to justify their existence, to keep their populations mobilized, to maintain the identity they had built. This led to overextension, exhaustion, the endless accumulation of enemies, and eventually collapse under the weight of maintaining an empire held together primarily through force. The alternative the Greeks offered was to maintain multiple identities, to develop multiple capabilities, to ensure that warrior skill was one tool among many rather than the only tool. A person could be a warrior when necessary, a farmer when that was needed, a craftsman, a poet, a father, a citizen participating in democratic governance. A city could maintain a capable military without making military prowess the only source of civic pride. This flexibility, this refusal to let any single identity dominate, was part of what the Greeks meant by moderation, by sophrosyne. It was the recognition that humans were complex, that life required different responses in different situations, and that the person or city, defined by a single capacity, was dangerously brittle. From identity, the story widens into the aftermath, into what the Greeks observed when the fighting finally stopped, when Ares' energy dissipated and people were left to deal with the consequences of choices made in the heat of battle. This segment slows down, becomes more reflective, more focused on the emotional and psychological landscape that remains after violence has run its course. Ares thrives during the battle. The noise, the adrenaline, the clarity of action, the simplicity of kill or be killed. But when the field goes quiet, when the bodies are counted, when the survivors limp home, Ares has nothing to offer. He does not rebuild. He does not heal wounds, physical or psychological. He does not answer the questions that linger in the silence. Was it worth it? What did we actually win? Why does victory feel so empty? Why can I not stop seeing their faces? Why does this weight sit on my chest every morning? Why do I feel like a stranger in my own home? The Greeks told stories of cities that won their wars, but lost their souls in the process. They described the exhaustion that followed conquest. Fields left unplanted because the farmers were dead or maimed, families fractured by grief and trauma, economies strained by the cost of the war and the occupation that followed, alliances poisoned by the distrust that combat creates, even among supposed allies. They spoke of the young men who marched off with pride, singing songs of glory, eager to prove themselves, and who came back hollow, if they came back at all, unable to speak of what they had done or seen, unable to fit back into the rhythms of daily life that now seemed both precious and incomprehensible. The widows and orphans, the fathers who lost sons, the mothers who lost everyone. These people haunted the margins of Greek stories, reminders that war's costs extended far beyond the battlefield, that every warrior killed was also someone's child, someone's beloved, someone whose absence created a hole in the fabric of family and community that would never be fully repaired. The Greeks did not shy away from these costs in their literature. Their tragedies centered the grief, made it impossible to ignore, insisted that the audience sit with the weight of what violence actually meant for the people who endured it. And they pointed out that even the victors carried scars, moral scars, the shame that came from realizing they had done things they could not undo, hurt people who did not deserve it, justified cruelty in the name of necessity or obedience or survival. The warrior who had killed an enemy in fair combat might be able to live with that memory. But what about the warrior who had killed someone fleeing, someone surrendering, someone too young or too old to be a real threat, but who might have become one later? What about the warrior who had participated in the sacking of a city, who had seen and perhaps participated in the rape and murder of civilians, the enslavement of families, the burning of homes and temples? What about the commander who had ordered actions that achieved military objectives, but violated every moral principle he had been raised to honor? The Greeks understood that these moral injuries could be as debilitating as physical ones, and perhaps more so because they could not be seen or treated in straightforward ways. The warrior carrying physical scars might heal, might find ways to adapt to a missing limb or impaired vision. But the warrior carrying shame, guilt, moral confusion the sense that he had betrayed his own humanity. This warrior might seem physically whole, but be profoundly damaged, unable to reconnect with family, unable to find meaning in civilian pursuits, unable to escape the past, even in sleep. Ares did not care about any of this. His domain was the fight, not the aftermath. He moved on to the next conflict, the next warrior, willing to channel his energy, the next city, ready to gamble everything on the promise of dominance. But the Greeks cared deeply about the aftermath because they lived in it. They inherited the debts, the grudges, the traumas. They watched their own histories repeat. War leads to grievance, grievance to revenge, revenge to new war, and the cycle continues until someone finds the courage to break it. The stories became warnings. Do not let the thrill of conflict blind you to the cost. Do not let Ares convince you that victory through violence is the only kind of victory that matters. Do not mistake the noise of battle for the substance of life. There was another dimension to the aftermath that the Greeks explored with particular care. The way violence changed people in ways they could not predict and often could not control. The young man who goes to war believing he will return the same person discovers that this is impossible. The experiences of combat, the things witnessed and done, the proximity to death, the revelation of what humans are capable of doing to each other. These fundamentally alter the way a person sees the world and their place in it. Some warriors returned with a deeper appreciation for peace, for ordinary joys, for the preciousness of life. But others returned unable to feel safe, unable to trust, hypervigilant and prone to explosive anger, carrying the battlefield inside them wherever they went. The Greeks did not have modern psychological language for post-traumatic stress, but they recognized the phenomenon and explored it in their literature. They described warriors who startled at sounds, who could not sleep without nightmares, who felt disconnected from the people around them, who experienced the world as fundamentally unsafe, even in objectively safe contexts. They described the way trauma could be passed down, how the warrior's pain could manifest in his relationships with his children, how his inability to be emotionally present could create its own kind of damage in the next generation, how violence could echo through families long after the original conflict had ended. This recognition led to one of the Greeks' most important insights. War does not end when the fighting stops. The formal conclusion of hostilities, the treaty signed, the armies disbanded, these are just the beginning of a longer process of recovery and repair that might take generations. The physical destruction can be rebuilt relatively quickly, but the psychological and moral damage requires time, care, patience, and resources that societies emerging from war often do not have. The warriors need support to reintegrate, but the society itself is exhausted and traumatized and may not have the capacity to provide that support. The result is communities full of damaged people trying to help each other heal while carrying their own unprocessed pain. And the inadequacy of this situation creates frustration that can itself become a source of new conflict. The Greeks saw this pattern and tried to create rituals, spaces, and practices that might help. Tragic theatre served partly as a communal processing of grief and moral complexity, allowing people to witness and feel emotions that might otherwise remain buried. Religious festivals created opportunities for collective catharsis. Veteran warriors sometimes formed communities where they could speak of their experiences with others who understood, where they did not have to pretend to be fine, where the truth of what they carried could be acknowledged without judgment. These efforts were imperfect, but they represented an understanding that the aftermath of war required attention, that people could not simply be expected to get over it and return to normal, that there was no returning to normal because normal had been irrevocably altered. The narrative now deepens into the Greek treatment of shame and moral consequence, into the cultural effort to resist glorifying Ares even, while acknowledging his power. Unlike some gods who were universally revered, Ares was complicated. He was feared, yes. He was respected as a force that could not be ignored. But he was not beloved. The Greeks did not build grand temples to Ares in the way they did for Athena, or Apollo, or Zeus. They did not celebrate him in their greatest literature as a model to emulate. More often, he appeared as a problem to be managed, a god whose energy needed to be contained or redirected, a symbol of what happens when humanity's worst impulses are given free rein. In Homer's Iliad, perhaps the greatest exploration of war in Western literature, Ares is not presented as glorious. He fights on the battlefield and is wounded by a mortal hero, Diomedes, who is aided by Athena. Ares flees back to Olympus, crying in pain, and Zeus rebukes him with harsh words. To me, you are the most hateful of all gods who hold Olympus. Forever quarreling is dear to your heart, wars and battles. You have the unbearable, unrelenting spirit of your mother Hera, whom I can barely control with my words. It is by her prompting that you suffer these things. Still, I will not long endure to see you in pain, since you are my child, and it was to me that your mother bore you. But were you born of some other god and proved so ruinous, long since you would have been lower than the sons of heaven. This was not a small detail. The Greeks were having the king of the gods himself, the supreme power in the cosmos, call Ares hateful, and say that if he were not Zeus's own son, he would have been cast into the depths long ago, imprisoned with the Titans and other forces too dangerous to be allowed freedom. The cultural message was unmistakable. Rage might be powerful, but it is not admirable. Strength without wisdom is not heroic. It is destructive and tiresome. A man who lives by Ares' values might win battles, but he will not be remembered with the same honor as the man who fought when necessary and chose peace when possible, who showed restraint when he could have shown brutality, who protected rather than simply dominated. This cultural restraint was the Greeks' way of teaching without preaching. They did not ban Ares or pretend he did not exist. They included him in their pantheon, gave him stories, acknowledged his place in the world. But they surrounded him with counterexamples, gods and heroes who represented better ways to use power, who showed that discipline could defeat frenzy, that foresight could prevent disaster, that mercy could be stronger than cruelty. The Greeks wanted their children to grow up understanding that anger is real, violence is sometimes unavoidable, but neither should become the center of a good life. The goal was not to eliminate Ares, but to keep him at the edge, to recognize his voice when it rose, but not to follow it blindly, to honor the warriors who defended the community without celebrating the violence itself, the shame that followed Ares. Influence was part of this teaching. The Greeks believed that there was a moral weight to violence, that killing another person left a mark on the soul, that cruelty degraded the one who committed it, even if they believed it was justified. Warriors who returned from battle might be celebrated publicly with parades and honors, but privately many of them carried the knowledge of what they had done, and that knowledge sat heavily on them. Communities that won through brutality might enjoy temporary security, but they also had to live with the memory of what they had become in pursuit of that security. The compromises made, the principles violated, the gap between their ideals and their actions. The Greeks explored this through tragedy, particularly through the cycles of revenge in families, where each act of retribution created the need for the next, where no one could remember the original wrong, but everyone remembered the most recent one. And so the violence continued generation after generation. The Oresteia, Aeschylus's trilogy, follows this pattern. Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter to gain favorable winds for the Greek fleet sailing to Troy. His wife Clytemnestra kills him in revenge when he returns. Their son Orestes kills Clytemnestra to avenge his father. And then Orestes is pursued by the Furies, ancient spirits of vengeance, because he has committed the ultimate crime of matricide. The cycle seems endless until Athena intervenes to establish a court, a system where justice can be pursued through law rather than through endless revenge killings. The message was clear. Violence in response to violence does not end violence. It perpetuates it. Revenge feels righteous to the person seeking it, but it feels like unprovoked aggression to the target, who then seeks their own revenge, and so it continues. The only way to break the cycle is to create a system that stands outside the cycle, that can judge cases based on principles rather than personal investment, that can impose consequences without requiring the victim's family to become killers themselves. This was one of the Greeks' great political innovations, the idea that justice could be institutionalized, that communities could create processes for handling wrongdoing that did not rely on private revenge, that the rule of law could replace the rule of Ares. But institutionalizing justice required cultural agreement that revenge, while emotionally satisfying, was not actually justice, that the person who had been wronged did not have unlimited right to inflict suffering on the wrongdoer, that proportionality mattered, that taking a life for an insult, or taking many lives for one life, was not justice, but excess. This was hard to accept in an honor culture where personal reputation was everything, and any slight felt like a threat to one's very existence. The move from revenge culture to law culture required people to surrender some of their personal autonomy, to trust in a collective process, to accept that they might not get the satisfaction they craved, but would get something more important: the end of the cycle, the possibility of stable peace, the freedom from having to be constantly vigilant against the next act of revenge. The Greeks struggled with this transition. Their literature is full of the tension between the old ways and the new ways, between the heroic ideal of personal honor defended through personal violence and the civic ideal of law and collective decision-making. Characters like Achilles represent the old way, magnificent in battle, supreme in individual excellence, but unable to function within the collective structure that war requires when it becomes large-scale and prolonged. His withdrawal from battle over a personal slight almost cost the Greeks the war. His return to battle, driven by personal rage over his friend's death, makes him fearsome but also morally troubling when he refuses to allow his enemy's body to be properly buried, when he drags the corpse around the walls of Troy, day after day, in an excess of rage that disgusts even his fellow warriors. The Greeks presented this not to condemn Achilles, but to show the cost of letting personal honor and personal rage override every other consideration. Achilles is the greatest warrior, but he is not the most valuable member of the Greek expedition. Odysseus, with his cunning and flexibility and willingness to work within the collective structure, ultimately proves more essential to Greek victory. The hero of strength is surpassed by the hero of wisdom, and the Greeks shaped their culture to value both, but to ultimately privilege the wisdom that could direct strength toward meaningful ends, rather than letting strength run wild according to its own logic. This preference for wisdom over rage was not weakness or cowardice. It was a recognition of reality. The Greeks had learned through hard experience that communities built around Ares' values did not last. They might achieve spectacular victories, but they consumed themselves from within. The constant emphasis on dominance created a culture where no one could trust anyone else, where every relationship was potentially adversarial, where cooperation was always fragile and temporary. Such communities could not build the stable institutions that allow civilization to flourish. They could not create art or philosophy or science, or the complex economic networks that require trust between strangers. They were good at one thing: organized violence. And when that one thing was not enough, when the problems they faced required different solutions, they had no resources to draw on. The narrative now returns to the contrast between force and order, between Ares and the structures humans built to contain him, exploring this theme with greater depth and nuance. The Greeks understood that civilization itself was an attempt to manage conflict without letting it consume everything. They created laws to settle disputes before they became feuds, establishing clear procedures for handling theft, assault, property disputes, and other common sources of conflict. They established courts to adjudicate grievances with evidence and argument rather than violence, creating a space where people could make their case with words and have a neutral party make a binding decision. They formed alliances to balance power and prevent any one city from dominating all the others, understanding that collective security was often more stable than individual strength. All of these innovations were, in a sense, attempts to keep Ares at bay, to acknowledge that conflict would arise, but to insist that it be channeled through processes that limited escalation, that provided off-ramps before violence became necessary, that created incentives for cooperation and penalties for needless aggression. The development of these systems was gradual, uneven, frequently violated, and never complete. The Greeks did not solve the problem of human conflict. No one has. But they made real progress in understanding the problem and developing tools to manage it. And they were conscious of this progress, proud of it, committed to teaching each generation about the hard-won wisdom embedded in their laws and institutions. The story of Solon, the legendary Athenian lawgiver, exemplifies this process. Athens in the early 6th century BCE was racked by conflict between rich and poor, creditors and debtors, different factions competing for power and willing to use violence to achieve their ends. The city was approaching civil war, the kind of catastrophic internal conflict that would destroy everything everyone had built. Solon was granted extraordinary powers to reform the system, and he used those powers not to advantage one side over the other, but to create a framework that both sides could accept. He canceled debts, freed those who had been enslaved for debt, created new political institutions that gave all citizens some voice in governance, and established laws that balance competing interests rather than simply imposing the will of the strong on the weak. The result was not perfect, no system is, but it was sustainable. It created a basis for Athenian democracy to develop, for the city to channel its internal conflicts through political processes rather than through violence, for people with deep disagreements to coexist and even collaborate in service of the larger community. This was Athena's approach embodied in policy, using human intelligence and foresight to create structures that made violence less necessary, that gave people ways to pursue their interests without destroying each other in the process. The Greeks told stories of wise lawgivers who transformed violent societies into stable ones by giving people a framework for resolving disputes. They praised leaders who chose negotiation over war, who recognized that a compromise both sides could accept was better than a victory that left one side nursing grievances for generations. They celebrated the athlete who channeled Ares' energy into competition rather than killing, who proved his excellence in games rather than on battlefields, who could win glory without taking lives. These were not naive fantasies. The Greeks knew that laws could be broken, courts could be corrupted, diplomacy could fail, games could devolve into violence. But they also knew that without these structures, Ares would run wild, and life would become nothing but cycles of revenge and conquest and exhaustion. Athena's approach represented this civilizing impulse. She was the goddess of wisdom, but also the protector of cities, the patron of just war, but also of the crafts and technologies that made civilization possible. She taught humans to think before acting, to plan beyond the immediate moment, to build institutions that would outlast any single leader or crisis. Where Ares made every problem look like something that could be solved with a fist, Athena offered tools, reason, strategy, law, rhetoric, the ability to persuade rather than coerce, the capacity to build complex systems that could handle complex problems. The Greeks placed Athena at the center of their greatest city, Athens, because they wanted to believe that wisdom could triumph over rage, that human potential was not limited to violence, that the mind could create forms of power more lasting than anything achieved through domination alone. The Parthenon, Athena's great temple, stood on the Acropolis, overlooking the city, as a constant reminder of what they were trying to build, a community where law governed rather than force, where debate and persuasion decided policy rather than whoever could gather the largest armed mob, where citizens had rights that even the powerful had to respect. This was aspirational, an ideal they frequently failed to live up to. But the aspiration itself mattered. It created a standard against which reality could be measured, a vision of what they were trying to become, even when they fell short. And it created a shared story about who they were and what they valued, a narrative that emphasized wisdom and justice and democratic participation rather than simply might and conquest. When Athenians sent their sons to war, and they did frequently, they did so with an understanding that war was sometimes necessary, but never the highest good, that the goal was always to return to the work of peace, to the real business of building a thriving city where humans could develop their full capacities. The tension between Ares and Athena played out not just in grand policy decisions, but in everyday moments, in the choices individuals made about how to respond to conflict. A man insulted in the marketplace could respond with Ares' approach: immediate physical confrontation, escalation to violence, domination of the offender, or with Athena's approach, assessment of whether the insult warranted a response, consideration of the likely consequences of different responses, perhaps a verbal comeback, that reasserted dignity without creating a dangerous confrontation. Perhaps a decision to let it go because this particular battle was not worth fighting. The choice between these approaches was not always clear, and the Greeks did not pretend otherwise. Sometimes Ari's approach was necessary. There were real threats, real enemies, situations where immediate physical defense was the only viable option. Sometimes Athena's approach was too slow, required too much patience, allowed problems to fester when decisive action would have resolved them. The Greeks valued both gods because they understood that different situations required different responses, that the wise person needed to have both options available and the judgment to know which to employ when. But they also understood the seductive danger of Ari's approach. It was simpler, more immediately satisfying, and it carried social approval in a culture that valued strength and courage. Athena's approach required more effort, more patience, more willingness to endure the social cost of appearing weak or indecisive. This meant that there was always a gravitational pull toward Ares, a tendency to default to force and aggression when under pressure, when tired, when afraid, when seeking the approval of peers who might admire violence more than restraint. Resisting this pull required constant effort, conscious choice, cultural support for alternatives to violence. The Greeks built that cultural support through their education system, their literature, their political institutions, their religious practices. They told stories that complicated the simple narrative of violence as strength, that showed the costs and consequences of rage, that celebrated heroes of wisdom as much as or more than heroes of battle. They created schools where rhetoric and philosophy were taught alongside physical training, where young men learned to argue cases as well as to fight, where excellence was understood as multidimensional rather than purely martial. They developed democratic institutions where citizens participated in governing, where persuasion mattered, where being able to make a compelling argument could determine policy. They created theatrical festivals where the entire city gathered to watch tragedies exploring moral complexity, where the audience could experience deep emotions collectively and reflect together on the weight of human choice. All of these cultural structures worked together to create an environment where Athena's values had a fighting chance against Ares' seductions, where the next generation grew up with models of excellence that included, but were not limited to, warrior prowess. The narrative now turns inward into the experience of Ares as something not just external, but internal, something every person feels in their own mind and body, bringing the mythic and the personal into direct conversation. Ares is the heat that rises when someone cuts you off in traffic, the tightness in your chest when you feel disrespected, the urge to strike back when you've been hurt, the feeling that restraint is unbearable and action is the only relief. The Greeks understood that this was part of being human, that anger was not inherently wrong. It was a signal that something felt unjust or threatening, that boundaries had been violated, that care was needed. But they also understood that anger, if followed without question, could lead to disaster. The key insight was learning to notice the feeling without becoming it, to recognize Ares' voice without letting it take over the entire mind. This distinction is crucial and deeply practical. You can feel anger without being angry, in the sense of letting anger define your actions and identity in that moment. The anger is a visitor, a wave of energy passing through, a signal that something in your environment feels threatening or unjust. But you are not the anger. You are the awareness that notices the anger, the consciousness that can observe the feeling without automatically obeying it. This is where the Greeks' insights become deeply practical and soothing, especially for someone preparing to sleep, for someone who might be carrying tensions from the day, rehearsing conversations they wish they had handled differently, planning responses to perceived slights, running scenarios of conflict through their mind. Aries is described as a wave. It rises, it peaks, it falls, if it is not fed. The anger you feel in a moment of conflict is real and valid, but it is not permanent unless you feed it with thoughts, with rehearsing grievances, with imagining retaliation, with building a case for why you must act, with collecting evidence of how you have been wronged, with recruiting allies to validate your anger. If you pause, if you breathe, if you let the wave rise and crest without acting on it, the wave will fall. The heat will cool. The urgency will fade. And then, in the cooler state, you can decide what to do, not based on the intensity of the feeling at its peak, but based on what will actually serve your well-being and the well-being of those around you, based on your values rather than your impulses, based on the person you want to be, rather than the person Aries is offering you the chance to become. The Greeks had practices for this, though the stories do not always make them explicit. They valued self-control, sophrosyne, the ability to moderate one's impulses and govern oneself with wisdom. They told stories of heroes who learned, often through painful mistakes, that acting on every surge of emotion led to ruin. They explored what happened when a person let Aries consume them, Achilles losing himself in rage and regretting it too late, realizing that his actions in the grip of fury had dishonored him and the man he killed, that nothing he did now could undo what he had done. Ajax, going mad, when his pride was wounded, killing livestock in his delusion, and then killing himself when he realized what he had become. Warriors who won every battle but destroyed their own families through the violence they could not turn off, through the anger that leaked into every interaction, through the inability to be gentle because gentleness felt like weakness, and weakness felt like death. The message embedded in these stories was gentle but firm. You are not your anger. You can feel rage without becoming rage. You can notice the pull toward violence without following it. You can acknowledge that you have been hurt or threatened without letting that acknowledgement dictate your response. This internal work was part of what the Greeks meant by wisdom. It was not just knowledge of facts or strategies. It was knowledge of yourself, awareness of the forces moving through you, the ability to observe your own mind and choose which impulses to honor and which to let pass. Aries was always there, always ready to rise, because conflict is part of life and anger is part of the emotional spectrum. But Aries did not have to rule. He could be acknowledged, understood, even respected for the energy he represented without being given control. The Greeks imagined this as an internal Olympus, where different gods, different aspects of human nature, competed for influence, and the wise person learned to let wisdom guide the council rather than letting rage shout down every other voice. This internal governance required practice and patience. The first few times you try to observe anger without acting on it, the impulse to act will feel overwhelming. Your mind will generate compelling reasons why this particular situation requires immediate action, why restraint is dangerous, why you must respond now or forever accept diminishment. Aries is eloquent in these moments because he is speaking your own language, using your own fears and values to justify himself. But if you persist, if you practice the pause, if you ride out the wave a few times and discover that it does indeed fall, that the urgency does pass, that you survive and even thrive by choosing restraint, then the practice becomes easier. Over time, you develop a kind of meta-awareness, a part of yourself that can recognize the pattern. Ah, there's Aries again. I know this feeling. It's intense but temporary. I don't have to act on it. This recognition creates space, and in that space, choice becomes possible. You are no longer simply reacting, you are responding. And the difference is everything. A reaction is automatic, driven by impulse and habit. A response is chosen based on values and thoughtful assessment of the situation. The Greeks understood that this capacity for response, rather than reaction, was what separated humans from animals, what made civilization possible, what allowed for moral growth and the development of virtue. An animal, when threatened, reacts according to instinct. A human can feel the same threat, notice the same impulse to fight or flee, and then choose a course of action based on something beyond instinct, based on values, commitments, consideration of consequences, understanding of context, awareness of what serves long-term well-being, rather than just immediate relief from discomfort. This capacity was not innate or automatic. It had to be developed through practice, through education, through cultural support, through stories and teachings that reminded people that they had choices even when it did not feel that way. The myths of Aries served this purpose, providing a language for talking about the internal experience of rage, a framework for understanding it, and a set of cautionary examples showing what happened when it was followed blindly versus what happened when it was recognized and managed thoughtfully. The listener is now invited into a deeper reflection on how this wisdom applies to their own life, to the tensions and conflicts they carry, to the moments when they have felt air is rising, and to the moments when they have successfully let him pass. There is an acknowledgement of how difficult this is, of how strong the pull toward anger and retaliation can be, especially when you have been genuinely wronged, when someone has violated your trust, or hurt someone you love, or threatened something you value. The anger in those moments is righteous, justified, appropriate as a feeling. But the question remains, what does wisdom ask of you in response? Sometimes wisdom asks for action, clear, firm, decisive action to protect yourself or others, to establish boundaries, to make clear that certain behaviors are not acceptable. But this action, when guided by Athena rather than Aries, looks different. It is proportional to the threat. It is focused on solving the problem rather than on punishing the offender or asserting dominance. It leaves room for repair if repair becomes possible. It does not burn down the entire relationship or community because of a single conflict. It seeks the minimum necessary intervention to address the situation, not the maximum possible retaliation. Other times, wisdom asks for restraint, for recognizing that this particular battle is not worth fighting, that the cost of engaging would exceed any benefit, that your energy is better spent elsewhere, that some insults and slights are best ignored, because giving them attention only amplifies their power. This restraint is not weakness, though it may be perceived as such by people who value Aries' approach. It is the strength of knowing what matters and what does not, of having the security to let small things pass, of being confident enough in yourself that you do not need to respond to every challenge to prove your worth. The hardest cases are those in between, where action seems necessary, but the right course of action is unclear, where restraint might be wise, but also might allow a problem to worsen. These are the situations that require judgment, that call on all your wisdom and experience, that might keep you awake at night, trying to figure out the right path forward. The Greeks acknowledge this difficulty. Their tragedies are full of situations with no clear right answer, where every option carries significant costs, where characters must make agonizing choices with incomplete information and then live with the consequences. But even in these difficult cases, the distinction between acting from Ares and acting from Athena matters. Ares pushes for immediate action based on emotion, for the course that feels most satisfying in the moment, for the response that asserts dominance and wins the immediate contest. Athena counsels pausing to think through consequences, to consider multiple perspectives, to consult with trusted others, to sleep on it if possible, to let the initial surge of emotion pass before making a decision that cannot be undone. The story gently circles back to the aftermath theme, but now with a focus on emotional aftermath rather than social, exploring what happens inside a person after they have acted on Ares' impulse. Sometimes there is satisfaction, a sense of justice served, the problem addressed, the boundary established. But often there is something else. Regret, shame, the recognition that the action created new problems, the realization that the anger felt righteous in the moment but looks different in retrospect, that you hurt someone more than was necessary, that you damaged a relationship that mattered to you, that you behaved in ways that conflict with your values and your sense of who you want to be. The Greeks noticed this gap between how violence feels when you are consumed by it and how it feels when you have cooled down. In the heat, it seems necessary, justified, even noble. The person who wronged you deserves punishment. Your anger is righteous. Your response is proportional or even restrained, given the magnitude of the offense. But in the cool, hours or days later, it often seems excessive, short-sighted, something you wish you could undo. You remember the look on their face, the pain you caused, the way the situation escalated beyond what was necessary. You realize that you could have handled it differently, that there were options you did not consider because you were too caught up in the heat of the moment to think clearly. This gap became another teaching tool for the Greeks. If you know that you will likely feel differently about your actions once you have calmed down, then you can use that knowledge in the moment, when Ares is rising. You can ask yourself, will I be glad I did this tomorrow? Will I be glad I said these words, took this action, made this choice? Will this solve the problem or create a new one? Will this bring me closer to the life I want or further from it? Will this strengthen my relationships or damage them? Will I be able to look at myself in the mirror tomorrow and feel good about how I handled this situation? These questions are Athena's questions. The mind stepping back to gain perspective. The consciousness expanding beyond the immediate moment to consider the larger pattern of your life and who you are becoming through your choices. Ares hates these questions because they interrupt the momentum. They introduce doubt. They make the simple urge to strike back complicated. But the Greeks valued these questions because they had seen too many lives ruined by actions taken in the heat of the moment, actions that could not be undone and had to be lived with forever. And the weight of living with those actions, the Greeks understood, could be crushing. The person who killed in a moment of rage and then had to carry that death for the rest of their life, knowing they had taken someone's father, someone's child, someone's beloved, over something that in hindsight seemed trivial, or at least not worth a life. The person who said words in anger that severed a relationship permanently, that created a wound that could never be healed because the other person could not or would not forgive. Because trust, once shattered, can rarely be fully restored. The person who acted on jealousy or pride or wounded ego and destroyed something beautiful that they had helped build, a friendship or a marriage or a community, and then had to live in the aftermath of that destruction, knowing they could have chosen differently. This weight, this living with consequences, this is what Aries never shows you in the heat of the moment. He shows you the satisfaction of domination, the relief of expressing your anger, the power of making someone else feel what you are feeling. He does not show you waking up the next day with the clarity to see what you have done, with the empathy to imagine the pain you have caused, with the wisdom to recognize that you have made things worse rather than better. He does not show you the years of carrying guilt, the relationships that never recover, the part of yourself that hardens a little more each time you choose violence over restraint. The Greeks wanted their children to understand this, to carry this understanding into moments of conflict, to have access to it even when Ares was shouting loudly. They told stories specifically designed to make this weight visible, to show the full arc of rage, from temptation to action to aftermath, to trace the consequences, not just immediately, but across years and generations. This was not about making people feel guilty for feeling anger. It was about making them wise about acting on anger, about giving them the tools to choose their responses rather than being controlled by their impulses. As the listener lies in the dark, perhaps still carrying some of the day's tensions, perhaps running scenarios of future conflicts, the story offers a gentle invitation to release Ares' grip, to let the wave fall, to settle into the deeper knowledge that nothing requiring true wisdom happens in the heat of the moment. The wisest choices come from the cool place, the centered place, the place where you can access your full self, rather than just the part of you that is angry or afraid or wounded. And sleep, the story suggests, is a way of accessing that cool place, of allowing the mind to reset, of waking tomorrow with fresh perspective and renewed capacity to choose wisely. This is the quietest teaching, offered not as command but as invitation. You carry within you both Ares and Athena, both the capacity for rage and the capacity for wisdom. And your life will be shaped by which one you feed, which one you listen to, which one you allow to guide your choices. The myths suggest that humans are most fully themselves, not when they suppress Ares entirely. Anger has its place, its purpose, its wisdom. But when they integrate him into a larger self, governed by wisdom, when rage can be felt and acknowledged without being allowed to control, when the warrior spirit serves life rather than consuming it, the final movement of the story gathers all these threads into a complete understanding designed to carry the listener gently towards sleep, weaving together the mythic and the personal, the ancient and the immediate, the cosmic and the intimate. Aries stands revealed as the full pattern now, born into divine conflict, embodying the heat of rage, spreading through human communities via fear and pride, competing with wisdom for dominance, mingling dangerously with desire, testing heroes and cities by offering them a seductive identity, leaving aftermath of grief and exhaustion, resisted by Greek culture even while acknowledged as real, experienced internally as the wave of anger that rises and can fall, passed down through generations unless someone chooses to break the cycle, hungry to be remembered as glorious while obscuring the full cost of his influence. The listener is reminded one final time that peace is not the absence of conflict. Conflict is inevitable. Anger will arise, challenges will come. But peace is the ability to hold conflict without being destroyed by it, to feel anger without becoming rage, to protect what matters without letting dominance become identity, to respond to wrong without perpetuating cycles of revenge. This peace is both personal and communal, both internal and social. It begins with the choice each person makes in moments of heat, to pause, to breathe, to let the wave rise and fall, to choose response over reaction. And it extends outward into the structures communities build to contain conflict, to create alternatives to violence, to make it possible for people with deep disagreements to coexist and even collaborate in service of something larger than their individual interests. The Greeks offer this wisdom across the centuries, refined through their own struggles and failures and hard-won insights, shaped by their literature and philosophy and political experiments, embodied in their myths, not as simple moral lessons, but as complex explorations of human nature in all its difficulty and possibility. Aries is real. They never denied it. The pull toward rage is real. The seduction of violence is real. The way conflict can escalate beyond anyone's control is real. But so is the human capacity for wisdom, for self-governance, for choosing restraint when restraint serves life, for building civilizations that channel conflict into productive competition and manageable disagreement, rather than letting it devolve into mutual destruction. As the voice becomes softer still, almost a whisper now, the story offers its final gift. The image of Ares, standing at the edge, still powerful but no longer central, surrounded by other gods representing other possibilities, other ways of being in the world. And the listener, drifting now in that space between waking and sleep, can rest in the knowledge that they too contain multitudes, that anger is just one voice among many, that they have the power to choose which voices to amplify and which to gently set aside, that true strength lies not in the loudest voice but in the wisest choice, and that they can carry this understanding into tomorrow and all the tomorrows to come, meeting each moment of conflict with the full measure of their wisdom, rather than just the heat of their anger. Sleep comes as a release from the need to fight, a surrender into the darkness that asks nothing of you, that requires no dominance or defense, where Aries cannot follow because sleep is the realm beyond conflict, where the mind finally stops rehearsing arguments and preparing for battles and simply floats, simply rests, simply is. And in this rest, you are whole, complete, at peace, held by something larger than any individual struggle, connected to the long human effort to live with wisdom and grace amid all the difficulties of existence. This is enough. You are enough. Rest now. Let the wave fall. Choose peace. Sleep well. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and joy. In the beginning, before we speak of storms or deserts, or the God who walks where order ends, we must understand what the ancient Egyptians meant by balance. They called it ma'at, and it was not merely a pleasant idea or a moral suggestion. It was the architecture of reality itself. Ma'at was the reason the sun rose each morning and set each evening. It was the principle that kept the Nile's floods predictable enough to plant by, generous enough to nourish the black soil, restrained enough not to wash away the world. It was the invisible geometry that held society together. Truth in speech, fairness in judgment, respect for boundaries, the proper relationship between king and subject, between human and divine, between the living and the dead. Without Ma'at, there would be no Egypt. There would be only chaos, formless and unredeemable, the state of things before creation began. The Egyptians did not take order for granted. They knew, deeply and practically, that the world required constant attention to remain livable. Every ritual performed in every temple, every judgment rendered in every court, every act of generosity or restraint was an affirmation of Ma'at, a small brick laid in the great wall that kept chaos outside the gates. This was not abstract philosophy. This was survival knowledge, tested daily against the real pressures of existence. And yet, for all their devotion to balance, the Egyptians also recognized something troubling and true. The world contains forces that do not naturally cooperate with order. There are winds that strip the fields bare. There are droughts that mock preparation. There are sudden storms, political upheavals, moments when the center does not hold and everything familiar seems to tremble. The Egyptians did not pretend these forces were illusions. They named them. They gave them form. And chief among these forms was Set, the god of disruption, the lord of the desert's edge, the storm that arrives without warning, and the owl, violence that shatters what seemed permanent. Set was not a mistake in creation. He was part of the design, however uncomfortable that truth might be. He was the pressure that tested whether Ma'at was real or merely wishful thinking. He was the harsh question the universe asked every generation. Can you maintain balance when balance is challenged? Can order survive contact with disorder? Or does it collapse at the first real test? This is the story of Set, told not as a simple tale of heroes and villains, but as a meditation on why conflict exists in a world that still, despite everything, yearns for peace. It is the story of the God who lives at the edge of things, whose very existence forces us to ask what stability actually means and what price must be paid to preserve it. It is a story the Egyptians told themselves for thousands of years, refining it, complicating it, never quite resolving it, because the questions Set represents do not have easy answers. He is the reminder that the world is not naturally kind. That order must be earned and re-earned, and that even the most sacred structures can be broken if we forget to defend them. But he is also, strangely, a reminder that disruption is not the same as annihilation, that struggle is not the same as meaninglessness, and that some forces, however dangerous, are still part of the world's functioning rather than its ending. To understand Set is to understand what the Egyptians understood about reality, that peace is not the absence of challenge, but the capacity to restore balance after challenge arrives. Set's origins lie in the places where human order ends. He is the god of the desert. And the desert in Egyptian thought was not romantic or spiritual. It was the anti-land, the red waste where nothing grew, where the sun became an enemy rather than a giver of life, where travelers lost their way and died of thirst with the horizon shimmering false promises in every direction. The desert was where Ma'at. Thinned to nothing. It had no Nile to organize time and space. It had no black soil to reward labor. It had no obvious cycles to predict or respect. It was chaos in geographical form, pressing against the narrow green valley where Egyptian civilization clung to existence. And Set was its lord. He was called the Red God, associated with the desert's barren color, with the violence of sandstorms, with the dry wind that sucked moisture from the throat and brought no rain. He was the god of foreigners, of the peoples beyond Egypt's borders, who did not share Egypt's language or customs or reverence for Ma'at. He was the god of confusion, of boundaries violated, of the moment when familiar patterns break down and something unpredictable takes their place. But Set was also the god of strength, raw, uncomforting, necessary strength. He was associated with thunder and storms, with the violence of weather that cannot be negotiated with or appeased, only endured. He was the patron of warriors, of those who defended Egypt's borders against invasion, of the hard men who stood on the frontier and faced what came from beyond. In this role, Set was not evil. He was the acknowledgement that the world contains forces that do not respond to gentleness, that some threats require force to repel, that the capacity for violence, when properly directed, protects what is vulnerable. The Egyptians understood this paradox. They honored Set even as they feared him. They built temples to him even as they told stories of his destructiveness. He was necessary precisely because he was dangerous. He represented the truth that order cannot maintain itself through wishful thinking alone. Set's mythology casts him as born into conflict. He was said to have torn his way out of his mother's womb, rather than waiting for natural birth, an image of impatience and violence from the very beginning. He was brother to Osiris, to Isis, to Nephthys, all of them children of the sky and the earth. All of them woven into the great pattern of divine relationships that structured the cosmos, but where Osiris embodied fertility and kingship, where Isis embodied wisdom and magic, where Nephthys embodied the liminal spaces of birth and death, Set embodied resistance to structure itself. He was the one who did not fit. He was the one whose energy moved against the grain. He was married to Nephthys, yet even this relationship carried a quality of wrongness, of boundary crossing, of things not quite aligned as they should be. Some traditions suggested that Nephthys, in a moment of confusion or deliberate transgression, lay with Osiris instead of Set, producing the god Anubis. Whether this story was meant as explanation or indictment, it reinforced the sense that Set existed in a web of relationships where betrayal and resentment were always possible, where the stable center was always vulnerable to disruption from the edges. The world Set inhabited was not a moral void. The Egyptians did not imagine chaos as simply random or meaningless. They imagined it as a kind of anti-order, a force with its own terrible logic. Chaos was not the absence of pattern. It was pattern turned against itself. Energy that consumed rather than sustained. Power that recognized no limits, and therefore destroyed everything it touched. Set embodied this energy. He was strong, yes, but his strength was not generative. It did not build cities or nurture children or create beauty. It tested, challenged, broke, scattered. It was the strength of the storm that flattens the harvest, the strength of the predator that kills without needing to, the strength of ambition that sees another's position and thinks only, that should be mine. This was Set's essential nature, and the Egyptians honored him for it. even as they understood the danger. They knew the world contained such forces. They knew pretending otherwise was foolish. And so they made space for Set in their cosmos, giving him a place, a name, a role, but always watching him, always aware that his nature was to disrupt. For a long time, Set's role was containable. He was the god of the frontier, the desert's edge, the storm that came and went. He was honored in certain regions, feared in others, but he was not yet the central problem of Egyptian mythology. That changed with the story of Osiris, the story that became the Great Rupture, the mythic explanation for why the world contains suffering, and why legitimacy must be constantly defended. Osiris was everything Set was not. Where Set was storm and desert, Osiris was water and green growth. Where Set was violence and disruption, Osiris was order and continuity. Osiris was the god-king who taught humanity how to cultivate grain, how to organize society, how to live in harmony with the land's rhythms. He was fertility itself, the promise that the world could be generous if properly tended. He was the sacred center of Egyptian kingship, the model every human pharaoh tried to embody. To be king was to be Osiris. To ensure the flood came, the harvest succeeded, justice prevailed, and Ma'at remained intact. Osiris was not merely powerful, he was beloved. He represented the idea that life could be good, that suffering was not inevitable, that the universe, at its heart, favored order over chaos. Set looked at Osiris and felt something the Egyptians understood intimately, the corrosive ache of resentment. It was not that Set lacked power. He was strong, perhaps stronger than Osiris in raw force. But strength without alignment is never honored the way generative order is honored. Osiris was celebrated. Set was tolerated. Osiris wore the crown. Set walked the desert's edge. Osiris embodied what the people wanted the world to be. Set embodied what the people feared the world might become. And so the question formed, slow and poisonous in Set's mind. Why should the gentle one rule? Why should fertility and patience and Ma'at be honored above strength and challenge and the refusal to submit? Why should Osiris sit at the center while Set remains at the margins? The Egyptians told this story not because they sympathized with Set, but because they recognized the feeling. They knew what it was to see another's success and feel diminished by it. They knew what it was to mistake another's goodness for a theft of what you deserved. They knew that resentment, left unchecked, grows into something monstrous. The rupture itself, the moment when Set moved against Osiris, has been told in many ways across Egyptian history, with details that shift and blur and contradict. But the heart of the story remains consistent. Set desired what Osiris had, the throne, the legitimacy, the love of the people, the central place in the cosmic order. And so, Set acted. Some traditions say he tricked Osiris into a coffin, sealed it, and cast it into the Nile. Some say he murdered Osiris outright and dismembered the body, scattering the pieces across Egypt, so that restoration would be nearly impossible. The specific method matters less than the mythic meaning. Set broke the center. He shattered the symbol of order itself. He took the king, who represented life's continuity, and reduced him to fragments, to absence, to a wound in the world's fabric that could not easily be sewn closed. This was not a political coup. This was cosmic vandalism. When Set killed Osiris, he attacked Ma'at itself. He demonstrated that even the most sacred structures are vulnerable if someone with enough strength and enough disregard decides to strike. The immediate aftermath was catastrophe. without Osiris, the world lost its organizing principle. The throne sat empty. The promise of fertility and justice became uncertain. The people mourned, not just a king, but the idea that the center could hold. And into this grief stepped Isis, Osiris's wife and sister, who would become the great restorer, the one who proves that even when order is shattered, it can be painstakingly rebuilt. Isis's response to Set's violence was not violence in return. It was patience, intelligence, and an almost unbearable commitment to care. She searched for Osiris's scattered pieces. She gathered them one by one, traveling the length of Egypt, refusing to accept that fragmentation was final. She used her magic, which is to say her knowledge, her skill, her refusal to despair, to reassemble what Set had torn apart. She could not bring Osiris fully back to life in the world of the living. The wound Set inflicted was too deep for that, but she could restore Osiris to a new kind of existence, making him lord of the underworld, the judge of the dead, the one who ensured that Ma'at would be measured and upheld even in the afterlife. This part of the story is essential because it reframes Set's disruption. Yes, Set broke the center. Yes, his violence created genuine loss and suffering. But the story does not end with chaos triumphant. It ends with restoration. Incomplete, but real, achieved through qualities Set does not possess. Care, persistence, the willingness to gather fragments rather than scatter them further. Isis represents the answer to Set. Where he destroys, she repairs. Where he acts from resentment, she acts from love. Where he sees only his own claim to power, she sees the larger pattern that must be preserved. The Egyptians told this story as a kind of instruction manual for surviving catastrophe. When the center breaks, you do not despair. You do not match violence with violence. You gather the pieces. You remember what matters. You restore what can be restored and adapt to what cannot. This is how Ma'at survives contact with chaos. But restoration, however profound, does not erase the challenge to legitimacy that Set created. Osiris now ruled the underworld, but the earthly throne remained contested. And from Isis and Osiris's union, achieved through Isis's magic even after Osiris's death, came Horus, the child who represented rightful inheritance, continuity, the claim that order should be passed down properly from one generation to the next. Horus was everything Osiris had been. The promise of legitimate kingship, the symbol of Ma'at maintained. But he was also something new. Kingship that had to be fought for, defended, proven in the face of active challenge. Horus was born into a world where Set had already demonstrated that power could be seized by force. The question now was whether it could be held by right. The contest between Horus and Set became the longest, most exhausting struggle in Egyptian mythology, a conflict that dragged on for years, testing not just their strength, but the patience of the gods themselves. Set claimed the throne by right of strength. He had taken it, he held it, and no one had been strong enough to remove him. This was the logic of power, simple and brutal. Horus claimed the throne by right of inheritance. He was Osiris's son, the legitimate heir, the one chosen by the structure of cosmic law. This was the logic of Ma'at, more complex, more fragile, requiring others to recognize and uphold it. The Egyptians understood that both claims had a certain terrible validity. Strength is real, inheritance is real. The question was, which principle should organize a livable world? The contest took many forms. Sometimes Set and Horus fought directly, their battles shaking the heavens and the earth. Sometimes they competed in challenges, tests of skill or endurance or cunning. Sometimes they argued their cases before the assembly of gods, each presenting his claim, each trying to convince the divine court that legitimacy belonged to him. The stories are wild, sometimes violent, sometimes sexual, sometimes darkly comic. In one tradition, Set and Horus transform into hippopotamuses and battle underwater, their struggle representing the churning chaos beneath the surface of things. In another, Set tries to humiliate Horus through sexual assault, an act meant to prove dominance, and strip Horus of his claim to purity and rightful order. But Horus, with Isis's help, turns the act against Set, using magic to reverse the humiliation and demonstrate that cleverness and righteousness together can defeat raw aggression. These stories are uncomfortable, strange, not easily reduced to simple moral lessons, but they convey something essential. The struggle for legitimacy is not clean. It is exhausting. It requires every kind of resource, strength, yes, but also intelligence, patience, cunning, and the willingness to endure indignity without losing sight of what matters. What makes the contest between Horus and Set so profound is that it refuses easy resolution. Set is genuinely strong. He is not a fool or a coward. He fights with everything he has, and there are moments when it seems he might prevail, when the logic of power seems more convincing than the logic of inheritance. But Horus endures. He keeps returning, keeps arguing his case, keeps demonstrating that he represents something larger than his own ambition. He represents the idea that society requires continuity, that children should inherit from parents, that the center should hold not because someone seized it, but because the pattern of rightful succession was respected. This is not romantic or sentimental, it is practical. A world where power goes only to the strongest creates endless war. A world where legitimacy is passed down according to recognized law creates the possibility of peace. Finally, after all the battles and challenges and arguments, the gods render judgment. The assembly decides in favor of Horus. Not because Horus is stronger than Set, he may not be, but because his claim aligns with Ma'at. The throne belongs to the rightful heir, not to the one who seized it by force. Set is defeated not by violence, but by the recognition that cosmic law has weight, that order is not merely whatever the strong decide it is, that there are principles worth upholding, even when upholding them is difficult and costly. This judgment is the heart of the story's lesson. Set's strength is real, but it is not sufficient. Legitimacy requires more than power. It requires alignment with the pattern that makes life livable. And yet the story does not end with Set destroyed or cast out of the cosmos entirely. This is where Egyptian mythology reveals its deep sophistication, its refusal to reduce gods to simple moral categories. Set is defeated, yes. He loses the throne. He is proven wrong in his claim. But he is not annihilated. He remains part of the divine order, still dangerous, still associated with storms and chaos and the desert's edge, but also still necessary in certain contexts. The Egyptians understood that some forces cannot be eliminated, only contained, redirected, or harnessed when their particular strength is required. Set remains the god of violence and disruption, but violence and disruption are not always wrong. They are sometimes necessary, especially when facing something worse than conflict. This brings us to the strange and essential tradition where Set becomes a defender rather than a destroyer, where his capacity for violence serves Ma'at instead of threatening it. Every night, according to Egyptian cosmology, The sun god, Ra, travels through the underworld, making the perilous journey from west to east so that he can rise again in the morning and bring light back to the world. This journey is not safe. The underworld is filled with dangers, spirits, obstacles. But the greatest threat is Apophis, the vast serpent of chaos, the embodiment of complete cosmic unmaking. Apophis is not like Set. Set disrupts order, but he is still part of the world, still a god with form and identity in relationships. Apophis is pure negation, the desire to return all existence to the formless void that preceded creation. Apophis does not want to rule or be honored or claim legitimacy. Apophis wants everything to end. And every night, Apophis tries to swallow Ra, to extinguish the sun, to plunge the world into eternal darkness and non-being. Against this ultimate threat, Set becomes a defender. He stands on Ra's solar bark, the boat that carries the sun through the underworld's dangers, and he uses his strength, his terrible, uncomforting strength, to repel Apophis. He fights the serpent with spear and ferocity, driving it back, ensuring that Ra survives the night and the sun rises again in the morning. In this role, Set is essential. His violence is not disruptive, but protective. His refusal to submit, his aggressive energy, his capacity for relentless combat become the qualities that preserve existence itself. The Egyptians told this story not to redeem Set or to pretend his earlier actions were acceptable, but to acknowledge a hard truth. The world sometimes requires the very qualities we find most troubling. Gentleness cannot fight Apophis. Patience cannot fight Apophis. Wisdom cannot argue with a force that has no interest in anything but annihilation. What fights Apophis is strength that matches its ferocity, aggression that meets its aggression, the willingness to be violent when violence is the only language the threat understands. This duality, Set as disruptor and Set as defender, is the key to understanding how the Egyptians thought about conflict and order. They did not pretend the world was simple. They did not divide existence into pure good and pure evil. They recognized that the same force could be destructive or protective depending on context. Set's strength is dangerous when turned against Ma'at, when used to break the center or seize power unjustly. But Set's strength is necessary when turned against Apophis, when the alternative is not merely disorder but total erasure. The distinction is not about Set's nature changing. It is about alignment. A force aligned with Ma'at, even a violent force, serves the cosmos. A force opposed to Ma'at, no matter how strong, becomes a problem that must be contained. This understanding gave the Egyptians a way to think about real political and social challenges. Every society contains people like Set, ambitious, resentful, powerful, unwilling to accept the limits that order requires. These people are genuinely dangerous. They can break things, hurt people, destabilize what seems secure. But they are also, sometimes, the people who defend the borders, who fight the external threats, who have the strength to do what gentler people cannot. The question is never whether such people exist. They always exist. The question is whether they can be aligned with Ma'at or whether they will act against it. This requires wisdom from those who lead, discernment about when to honor strength and when to constrain it, the ability to recognize that not all disruption comes from the same motive, and not all force serves the same end. Set's story also became a way to think about internal psychological experience, the sense that life contains forces we cannot fully control. The Egyptians lived with constant awareness of precarity. The Nile might flood too much or too little. Foreign armies might invade, Disease might sweep through a city. The pharaoh might die and leave succession uncertain. Internal rebellion might fracture the kingdom. These were not abstract fears. They were real possibilities that had happened and would happen again. Set represented the feeling of those possibilities, the dread that stability is always fragile, that the center might not hold, that chaos is always near. But the myths also suggested that this feeling, however uncomfortable, was part of how order maintained itself. If you believe stability is automatic, you stop defending it. If you know it is fragile, you pay attention. You perform the rituals. You uphold justice. You respect Ma'at not because it is easy, but because you understand the alternative. In this sense, Set becomes almost a spiritual discipline. The awareness of chaos is what makes you value order. The knowledge that disruption is possible is what makes you maintain boundaries. The memory of Set's violence against Osiris is what makes you honor Isis's patient restoration. You do not banish Set from consciousness. You acknowledge him. You name him. You remember that he is real. And then you choose Ma'at anyway, not from naivety but from understanding. This is a mature spirituality, a grown-up relationship with reality. The world is not safe. Order is not guaranteed. But meaning is still possible. Balance can still be restored. And the practice of restoration, repeated endlessly across generations, is what makes civilization possible. The Egyptians also used Set to think about the problem of foreign influence and the anxiety of boundaries. Egypt was not isolated. It was surrounded by peoples who did not share Egyptian language, customs, or devotion to Ma'at. These peoples were not necessarily evil, but they were other, unpredictable, potentially threatening. Set was associated with foreigners, with the lands beyond Egypt's borders, with the disorienting experience of encountering people who organized life differently. This association was both practical and symbolic. Practically, foreign invasions were real threats, and Set, as the god of violence and chaos, made sense as a symbol for external danger. Symbolically, Set represented the challenge of maintaining identity and order when constantly pressed by alternatives. How do you remain Egyptian, remain committed to Ma'at, when the world around you operates by different rules? How do you defend your way of life without becoming so rigid that you cannot adapt? How do you engage with the foreign without losing what makes you yourself? These questions never have perfect answers, and the Egyptians did not pretend they did. Sometimes they honored Set as the god who defended Egypt against foreign threats, the fierce strength needed to protect the border. Sometimes they vilified Set as the god of foreigners themselves, the embodiment of everything that threatened Egyptian identity. The ambivalence is telling. It reflects a real tension, the need for protection and the fear of contamination, the desire for strength and the awareness that strength can turn inward and destroy what it meant to defend. Set is both the defender and the threat, both necessary and dangerous, and the wisdom lies in knowing which aspect you are dealing with at any given moment. As Egyptian history unfolded over millennia, attitudes toward Set shifted with political circumstances. In some periods, Set was honored openly, given temples and priesthoods, celebrated as a patron of pharaohs, especially those who emphasized military strength, or ruled in regions where desert trade was important. In other periods, especially after invasions by foreign powers, or during times of internal chaos, that seemed to vindicate the idea that Set's influence was dangerous. Set's cult was suppressed, his images defaced, his name sometimes erased from inscriptions. This vacillation shows that Set was never just a mythological abstraction. He was a living symbol, a way to think about immediate political and social realities, and attitudes toward him reflected anxieties about what kind of strength Egypt needed and what kind of disruption Egypt feared. But through all these shifts, the core myths remained, told and retold, because they address something permanent in human experience. The story of Set and Osiris, of chaos breaking the center and care restoring it, of illegitimate power challenged by rightful inheritance, of violent strength that can serve or threaten depending on alignment. These stories endured because they were true to something people recognized. They were not escapist fantasies or comforting lies. They were honest investigations of how order and disorder interact, how societies survive crisis, how meaning persists in the face of suffering, and how the same forces that threaten us can also, under certain conditions, protect us. Set's mythology also contains a profound teaching about resentment and ambition, the inner forces that drive people to act against their own long-term interests and the interests of the community. Set's resentment of Osiris is understandable on a surface level. Osiris was honored, Set was feared. Osiris embodied what people loved, Set embodied what people needed but did not enjoy. This is genuinely painful. To be necessary but not loved. To be strong but not celebrated. To be powerful but not central. These are real forms of suffering. The Egyptians did not ignore Set's pain, but they also did not excuse what he did with it. Resentment, however understandable, becomes destructive when it prioritizes one's own sense of injury over the larger pattern that makes life livable. Set's mistake was not that he felt diminished. His mistake was that he believed his diminishment justified breaking the center. That his personal grievance mattered more than cosmic order. That his strength gave him the right to seize what he wanted, regardless of consequences. This is a lesson about scale and priority. Individual suffering is real, but it is not the only real thing. The community's need for stability is also real. The pattern of legitimate succession is also real. The principle that power should be exercised in alignment with Ma'at rather than in opposition to it is also real. When personal resentment becomes the only lens through which you see the world, you lose the capacity to recognize these other realities. You begin to see any limit on your will as injustice, any structure that does not center you as oppression, any recognition given to another as theft from you. This is the mindset that shatters societies. It is the mindset Set embodies at his worst. And the Egyptians told his story not to demonize him, but to warn against letting resentment become the organizing principle of your life. At the same time, the myths acknowledge that resentment does not arise from nowhere. Set felt diminished because he was diminished. He was pushed to the margins. His strengths were feared rather than celebrated. His role was necessary but not honored. This creates a challenge for any society. How do you acknowledge and integrate the difficult forces within your community without letting them dominate or destroy? How do you honor strength without worshiping violence? How do you make space for people whose energy does not naturally align with gentleness and order without letting them break the center? The Egyptians offered no simple formula, but their mythology suggests that the answer involves recognition, containment, and proper direction. Recognize that Set-like forces exist. Contain them when they threaten Ma'at. Direct them toward defending against greater threats when possible. Do not pretend they are not dangerous. Do not pretend they are not sometimes necessary. Hold both truths at once and act with wisdom. The story of Horus and Set also teaches something about the difference between victory and resolution. Horus wins the throne. The gods judge in his favor. Ma'at is upheld. This is victory. But Set does not disappear. He remains, still resentful, still dangerous, still capable of disruption. This is not resolution in the sense of complete closure or permanent peace. It is resolution in the sense of containment, of establishing what is right, of creating a structure that holds, even though the forces that threatened it have not been eliminated. This is perhaps the most mature teaching in the entire cycle. The world does not give us permanent solutions. It gives us temporary victories that must be defended and renewed. Ma'at must be upheld, not once, but constantly. Legitimacy must be proven, not just when first claimed, but throughout a reign. Order must be maintained, not through a single heroic act, but through sustained attention and effort. This understanding shapes how we might think about our own lives and societies. We will not eliminate chaos. We will not make resentment impossible. We will not create a system so perfect that it never faces challenge. What we can do is maintain our commitment to what makes life livable, restore balance when it is disrupted, judge fairly when claims compete, and recognize that the struggle between order and disorder is not an aberration to be fixed, but a permanent feature of existence to be navigated with wisdom. Set teaches this by being what he is. The permanent challenge, the recurring question, the force that never quite goes away. There is also something to learn from how Isis responds to Set's violence. She does not match his aggression. She does not seek revenge in kind. Her response is restoration, care, patience, the slow work of gathering fragments and making them whole again. This is not weakness. It is a different kind of strength, one that recognizes the futility of escalating violence. If Isis had responded to Set's murder of Osiris with equal violence, the cycle would have continued, each act of destruction calling for another, until nothing remained intact. Instead, she breaks the cycle by choosing a different response. She demonstrates that power can be exercised in service of restoration rather than domination, that the answer to shattering is gathering, that the answer to chaos is patient, meticulous care. This is the feminine principle in Egyptian mythology, not as gentleness versus strength, but as integration versus fragmentation, connection versus isolation, restoration versus destruction. It is what makes recovery possible after catastrophe. And yet the myth also honors Horus's willingness to fight, to contest Set's claim, to refuse to let illegitimate power stand unchallenged. There is a place for confrontation. There is a place for saying no, for drawing boundaries, for defending what matters with force when necessary. The wisdom is knowing when each response is appropriate. Sometimes the answer is Isis's patient gathering. Sometimes the answer is Horus's persistent challenge. Sometimes even the answer is Set's fierce defense against Apophis. The mythology does not give a single formula. It gives a range of responses and trusts the listener to develop the discernment to know which moment calls for which response. Set's association with storms and weather also carries metaphorical weight. Storms come without asking permission. They do not care about your plans or needs or sense of fairness. They simply arrive, disrupt, and eventually pass. This is a profound teaching about acceptance and response. You cannot prevent the storm. You cannot negotiate with it. You cannot convince it to behave differently. What you can do is prepare for it, endure it, and rebuild after it passes. The storm will do what storms do. Your agency lies in how you respond, not in controlling forces beyond your control. Set, as the god of storms, becomes a teacher of this hard wisdom. Life will disrupt you. Order will be challenged. Plans will be ruined. The question is not whether these things happen. They will. But whether you maintain your commitment to Ma'at anyway. Whether you restore what can be restored. Whether you learn from the disruption without being destroyed by it. In the nighttime journey of Ra, where Set defends against Apophis, there is another layer of teaching about consciousness and the underworld of the psyche. Ra's journey is not just cosmological, but psychological. It represents the mind's descent into darkness, into the parts of experience that are frightening, unknown, difficult to face. We all make this journey nightly when we sleep, when consciousness loosens its grip, and we encounter the strange landscape of dreams, memories, fears, and desires that do not obey waking logic. In this territory, gentleness is not enough. You need the part of yourself that can fight, that refuses to be swallowed, that meets darkness with aggressive insistence on surviving. This is Set's role in the psyche. He is the fierce defender of consciousness against dissolution, the part of you that will not submit to the abyss, the aggressive energy that protects your sense of self against forces that would erase it. This is not the same as Set's violence against Osiris. When Set attacks the center, he is destructive. When Set defends Ra against Apophis, he is protective. The difference is in what he is fighting. When he fights legitimate order, he serves chaos. When he fights annihilation, he serves survival. This suggests a psychological teaching. Aggression and fierce energy are not inherently wrong, but they must be directed toward genuine threats rather than toward what sustains you. Your inner Set is dangerous if it attacks your own wholeness, your relationships, your place in meaningful structures. Your inner Set is necessary if it defends your consciousness, your boundaries, your right to exist, and maintain coherence against forces that would dissolve you. The Egyptians did not have modern psychological language, but they understood these dynamics intuitively. They knew that the same fierce energy that could destroy a community could also defend it. They knew that the capacity for violence had to be respected and directed, rather than denied or suppressed. They knew that pretending Set did not exist, did not make him go away. It only made him more dangerous because he was not acknowledged and therefore not contained. The mythology gave them a way to think about these dynamics symbolically, to represent them in story and image, to pass down wisdom about how to live with difficult forces both in the outer world and in the inner landscape of the soul. Set's story is also a meditation on the problem of succession and generational conflict. Osiris represents the older generation, established, honored, secure in his role. Set represents ambition that refuses to wait, that sees the established order as something to overthrow rather than inherit. Horus represents the rightful heir, the one who should inherit according to proper succession. This triangle captures a permanent human tension. The old must eventually give way to the new. But how does that transition happen? Does it happen through violence and seizure, or through orderly succession? Does strength alone determine who leads, Or does legitimacy come from following recognized patterns of inheritance and social continuity? Egypt faced these questions practically every time a pharaoh died. If the succession was clear and unchallenged, the transition could be smooth. If it was contested, if there were rival claimants, if strength and legitimacy pointed in different directions, the result could be civil war, fragmentation, collapse of order. The Set Osiris Horus story is the mythic processing of this recurring crisis. The myth suggests that proper succession matters more than raw strength, that Horus's claim is valid even though he may not be as powerful as Set, that legitimacy is not just whatever the strong say it is. This is a radical claim in a world where violence was common and might often made right. It suggests that there are principles worth upholding even when upholding them is costly, that order is more than just the current balance of power, that future generations have a stake in how power is transferred. If power always goes to whoever seizes it, then every succession becomes a potential civil war. If power goes to the legitimate heir according to recognized law, then succession can be predictable, stable, less destructive. The Egyptians valued this stability intensely. They built an entire civilization around the idea that continuity mattered, that the patterns should be maintained, that each generation should pass intact structures to the next. Set's challenge to this principle was the ultimate threat. Yet the myth also acknowledges that legitimacy must be defended. It is not self-enforcing. Horus has the rightful claim, but he still has to fight for it. He still has to endure Set's challenges. He still has to persuade the gods to recognize his claim. Legitimacy is real, but it is not automatic. It requires active support, wise judgment, and sometimes force to uphold. This is a sober view of political reality. The right claim does not win simply by being right. It wins because people choose to uphold it, because institutions judge fairly, because the community commits to the principle that legitimacy matters more than power. This commitment is fragile. It can be broken. And when it breaks, the result is what Set represents. Power seized by force, order shattered, the long, exhausting struggle to restore what was lost. The role of the divine assembly in judging between Horus and Set is also significant. The gods do not leave the question to be settled by combat alone. They deliberate. They hear arguments. They weigh claims. They render judgment. This represents the principle that might does not make right, that there is a higher standard than who wins the fight, that truth and justice, ma'at, can be measured and recognized through careful consideration. This was central to Egyptian self-understanding. They believed in the possibility of just judgment, of truth being discerned through proper procedure, of outcomes that reflected cosmic law rather than mere power dynamics. The divine assembly's judgment in favor of Horus is the mythic foundation for every human court's claim to render just verdicts. It says that there is a right answer discoverable through wisdom, and that this answer should prevail, even when it is not the outcome that raw power would produce. But the myth is also realistic about how difficult this is. The assembly debates for a long time. Some gods favor Set. The judgment is not obvious or immediate. This reflects the real difficulty of discerning justice in complex situations, especially when both claimants have some validity to their arguments. Set is strong, strength matters. Horus is the rightful heir, inheritance matters. How do you weigh these against each other? The myth suggests that Ma'at provides the standard, that alignment with cosmic order tips the balance toward Horus. But it does not pretend the judgment is easy or that everyone agrees. This is honest about the limits of justice. It is real, it is discoverable. But it requires effort, wisdom, and the willingness to uphold it, even when some would prefer a different outcome. Set's continued existence after judgment also speaks to the limits of what justice can accomplish. The gods can judge that Horus is right. They can restore proper order. But they cannot eliminate Set. He remains, diminished perhaps, contained perhaps, but still present, still capable of causing trouble if not properly watched. This is a teaching about what resolution actually means. It does not mean all problems disappear. It means the right structure is established and maintained. It means Ma'at is upheld. But it also means ongoing vigilance, ongoing effort, ongoing attention to ensure that what was established is not undermined. There is no final victory that allows you to relax forever. There is only the sustained practice of maintaining order against the forces that challenge it. In different periods of Egyptian history, as the kingdom faced invasions, internal rebellions, or periods of fragmentation called intermediate periods, Set's mythology took on new resonance. When order collapsed, when the center did not hold, when Ma'at seemed broken, people understood that they were living through a Set moment. The mythology gave them a framework for understanding the catastrophe and, crucially, a template for response. If this is a Set moment, then the answer is Isis's patient restoration and Horus's persistent claim to legitimacy. The answer is not despair, but deliberate rebuilding, remembering what Ma'at requires, and working to restore it piece by piece. The mythology functioned as cultural memory, reminding people that chaos had happened before and been overcome, that the pattern of restoration was known, that recovery was possible even when it seemed impossibly difficult. This is one reason the myths survived for so long and were told with such care. They were not entertainment. They were survival knowledge. They encoded the wisdom of how to navigate the hardest moments of collective life. When your world breaks, you remember the story of Osiris and Isis. When power is contested, you remember the story of Horus and Set. When you face a threat that seems overwhelming, you remember Set defending Ra against Apophis. The myths gave people tools for thinking, for orienting themselves, for knowing what to do when the situation seemed impossible. This is what mythology at its best accomplishes. It gives form to formless anxiety, names to nameless fears, and patterns to follow when you do not know what to do next. Set's mythology also addresses the question of what makes something sacred and how the sacred can be defended. Osiris was sacred, the god-king, the center of order, the symbol of all that made life good. Set's attack on Osiris was therefore an attack on the sacred itself, a demonstration that even what should be inviolable can be violated if someone is willing to transgress fundamental boundaries. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of the myth, and one of its most important teachings. The sacred is not automatically protected. It is vulnerable. It requires defense, not just through force, but through the community's commitment to recognizing and honoring it. When people stop believing in the sacred, when they stop treating certain structures and principles as deserving special protection, those structures become vulnerable to anyone with enough ambition and disregard. But the myth also suggests that the sacred has resilience. Osiris is killed, but he is not erased. He is fragmented, but he is restored. He cannot return to his former role, but he finds a new one, equally important, in the underworld. This is a teaching about transformation through crisis. What is sacred may change form when attacked, but its essence can survive if people commit to preserving it. Isis's restoration work is not just practical but spiritual. She is maintaining the connection between the people and the divine, between the present and the past, between chaos and order. She is saying, through her actions, that what was sacred remains sacred even when broken, that the commitment to wholeness and meaning persists, even when the original form cannot be recovered. The myth's treatment of death and the afterlife also reveals deep Egyptian thinking about continuity and transformation. Osiris becomes lord of the dead, the judge who measures each soul against Ma'at. This makes death not an ending, but a transition to a different kind of existence, where justice still operates, where truth still matters, where Ma'at is still the standard. Set's violence could kill Osiris in the world of the living, but it could not eliminate him from existence entirely. Osiris's new role ensures that even in death, there is order, judgment, consequence. This was profoundly important to Egyptian culture. They did not see death as the end of meaning. They saw it as a threshold where Ma'at would be measured, where the truth of how you lived would be weighed, where justice would be rendered by the one who himself had suffered injustice and been restored. Set's role in this cosmology is complex. He is the killer of Osiris, yet he is not the judge of the dead. He is not the one who measures Ma'at. He broke the center, but the center was restored in a form he cannot touch. This suggests that chaos can disrupt, but cannot ultimately rule. Set can shatter the pattern in the living world, but he cannot rewrite the cosmic law that governs the afterlife. There are limits to what disruption can accomplish. It can destroy particular structures, but it cannot unmake the principle of order itself. Ma'at persists, not as an unchangeable physical fact, but as an ideal that people can choose to honor and restore again and again, no matter how many times it is challenged. The sexual elements in some versions of the Horus-Set contest, while disturbing to modern sensibilities, also carried symbolic weight. Set's attempt to sexually dominate Horus was an attempt to prove superiority through humiliation, to demonstrate that he could violate boundaries and thereby prove his claim to power. But Horus, with Isis's magical help, reverses this, turning Set's aggression against him and demonstrating that cleverness and righteous alignment can defeat brute force. The sexual dimension underscores that this contest is about domination, penetration, violation, boundary crossing, all the ways power can be abused. And Horus's victory shows that these forms of power are not ultimate, that they can be countered by intelligence and magic, which in Egyptian thought meant knowledge, skill, and proper alignment with divine forces. The myth does not shy away from the ugliness of power struggles. It represents them honestly and then shows how they can be overcome. Set's association with infertility and barrenness, in contrast to Osiris's association with fertility and growth, also carries meaning. Set is the desert, the place where nothing grows. He is storm and drought, the forces that destroy crops. He is not generative. He does not create life or nurture it. This makes him fundamentally unsuited for kingship, which in Egyptian thought was about ensuring fertility of the land, of the people, of the social order. A king's primary role was to maintain Ma'at so that the Nile would flood properly, the harvest would succeed, children would be born, and life would continue in abundance. Set cannot do this. His nature is to disrupt. to scatter, to prevent generation. This is why his claim to the throne is fundamentally flawed. He might be strong, but he cannot fulfill the king's essential function. Strength without fertility, power without generativity, is sterile and ultimately self-defeating. Horus, by contrast, is fertile in a different sense. He is the continuation of Osiris, the heir, the one who carries forward the pattern of life. He represents the future, the next generation, the promise that life will go on. When Horus wins the throne, it is not just a personal victory, but a cosmic affirmation that life continues, that the pattern of generation and succession persists, that Set's disruption was real but not final. This teaching about fertility and continuity was not abstract for the Egyptians. It was desperately practical. If the kingdom fragmented, if succession failed, if the center could not hold, the result was not just political chaos, but agricultural collapse, famine, death. The myths were processing real existential threats and offering frameworks for surviving them. The story of Set and Apophis, where Set defends rather than destroys, introduces a crucial distinction between different kinds of chaos. Apophis is not like Set. Set is a god with form and identity and relationships. Apophis is formlessness itself, the desire to return existence to pre-creation void. Set disrupts order, but is still part of the world. Apophis wants to end the world. This distinction is essential for understanding how the Egyptians thought about evil and danger. Not all threats are equal. Some challenges test you and make you stronger. Others erase you. Set belongs to the first category, Apophis to the second. And the mythology is clear. Set's strength, properly directed, can fight Apophis. This suggests that the aggressive energy that threatens order from within can defend order from what threatens it from outside. The same force, differently directed. This teaching has psychological and political implications. Psychologically, it suggests that the fierce, aggressive parts of yourself are not simply enemies to be suppressed. They are energies that can be directed toward protecting your consciousness, your boundaries, your capacity to remain coherent in the face of forces that would dissolve you. The work is not to eliminate these energies, but to align them with what sustains you rather than what destroys you. Politically, it suggests that the difficult, aggressive elements in a society, the ambitious, the resentful, the strong, who chafe against limits, can be either destructive or protective, depending on how they are integrated and directed. The leadership challenge is to direct these energies toward genuine threats, rather than allowing them to turn inward against the community itself. The nightly journey of Ra, with Set as defender, also speaks to the cyclical nature of existence. Every day the sun rises, travels across the sky, sets, journeys through the underworld, and rises again. This cycle is not automatic. It requires effort, defense, struggle. The sun does not rise because it is guaranteed to rise. It rises because Ra makes the journey, and Set defends him against Apophis. This is a profound teaching about effort and maintenance. Nothing sustains itself automatically. Order requires work. Consciousness requires effort. Life requires defense against dissolution. The world gives you the capacity to maintain these things, but you must actually use that capacity. Passivity is not an option. Collapse is always possible. Renewal comes through active engagement with the challenges that threaten continuity. Set's mythology, taken as a whole, is a meditation on the problem of maintaining order in a world that contains forces fundamentally opposed to order. It does not offer easy optimism. It does not pretend chaos is an illusion or that order will automatically prevail. It recognizes that disruption is real, that catastrophe is possible, that the center can break and has broken. But it also insists that restoration is possible, that ma'at can be upheld, that legitimacy has meaning, that patient care and wise judgment and proper alignment can rebuild what violence has shattered. This is mature spirituality, not the denial of difficulty, but the cultivation of capacity to navigate it. The Egyptians told Set's story for thousands of years because it addressed something that never stopped being relevant. Every generation faces disruption. Every society must decide whether power belongs to strength alone or to rightful order. Every person must navigate the tension between what they want and what is right, between resentment and acceptance, between aggression and care. Set represents the temptation to solve these tensions through force, through seizing what you want, through breaking what does not serve you. His story is the exploration of what happens when this temptation is indulged and what it takes to recover from the wreckage. But Set also represents something the Egyptians knew could not be eliminated. The harsh edge of reality, the storm that comes, the violence required sometimes to defend against worse violence, the strength that, however uncomfortable, is still necessary. They did not try to banish Set from their cosmos. They gave him a place, acknowledged his power, and worked to ensure he was contained and directed rather than loose and destructive. This is wisdom applicable far beyond ancient Egypt. The difficult forces in your life, in your psyche, in your society, do not disappear because you wish them away. They must be acknowledged, understood, and integrated in ways that serve life rather than destroy it. The relationship between Set and Ma'at is ultimately one of tension rather than resolution. Set challenges Ma'at. Ma'at contains Set. Neither eliminates the other. The cosmos functions through their continued interaction, with Set providing the test that makes Ma'at meaningful, and Ma'at providing the structure that prevents Set from devolving into pure chaos. This is not a comfortable teaching. It does not offer final peace or permanent security, but it offers something perhaps more valuable: a realistic framework for living in a world that contains both order and disorder, both construction and destruction, both hope and threat. It says that meaning is found not in eliminating challenge, but in how you respond to it, not in pretending the world is safe, but in maintaining your commitment to what makes life livable, even when safety is not guaranteed. Set's story also teaches about the limits of force. Set is immensely strong, yet he loses the throne. His strength could kill Osiris, but it could not prevent Isis from restoring him. His strength could contest Horus, but it could not convince the gods to grant him legitimacy. His strength can defend Ra against Apophis, but it cannot make him king or beloved or honored as Osiris was honored. This is a teaching about the insufficiency of force alone. Force can break things, but it cannot build the kind of order that makes life good. It cannot create trust or love or the voluntary cooperation that makes society function. It cannot generate legitimacy or fertility or the sense that tomorrow will be better than today. These things require different qualities: care, wisdom, patience, alignment with principles larger than personal ambition. Set has force, but not these other qualities, and this is why, despite his strength, he ultimately fails in his claim to rule. Yet the story also acknowledges what Set's force can accomplish. It can defend against Apophis It can secure borders. It can repel invasions. These are not trivial. They are essential. But they are not sufficient for creating the kind of order that makes civilization possible. This is the paradox. Set embodies. Necessary but not sufficient. Essential but dangerous. Real but not ultimate. Navigating this paradox requires the kind of wisdom the myths were designed to cultivate. The ability to hold multiple truths simultaneously, to recognize that the same force can serve different ends, to discern context and direction rather than applying simplistic moral categories. The ending of Set's story, where he remains part of the cosmos but contained, defeated in his claim to illegitimate rule, but still functioning in his role as defender against Apophis, is the mythic equivalent of a working compromise. It is not perfect resolution. Set is still dangerous. The threat he represents has not disappeared. But the structure is in place to manage the threat, to ensure he serves rather than destroys, to maintain Ma'at despite his presence. This is what functioning order looks like in a real world. It is not the elimination of all threats, but the creation of structures that can contain and redirect threats, that can maintain balance despite ongoing challenges, that can renew themselves after disruptions, because the principles and patterns are remembered and honored. For the individual listening to these myths, perhaps lying in the dark before sleep, the teaching is both cosmic and intimate. Cosmically, you are reminded that the world contains Set, storm and desert and disruption, and the possibility that order will break. But you are also reminded that the world contains Isis and Horus and Ma'at, restoration and legitimacy, and the principles that make life meaningful. You are reminded that Set can be defended against, that chaos can be survived, that even when the center breaks, it can be restored through patience and care and commitment to truth. Intimately, you are reminded that your own life contains Set-like forces, ambition, resentment, aggression, the desire to seize rather than uphold. You are reminded that these forces are dangerous, but also sometimes necessary, that they can destroy you or defend you, depending on how you direct them. You're reminded that the work of life is not to eliminate difficulty, but to align yourself with Ma'at, to choose order and restoration and truth, even when chaos is real and present and pressing. The story becomes a kind of lullaby, not by pretending the world is safe, but by teaching that safety comes from understanding how order persists despite challenge. Set will always be there. The desert will always press against the green land. Storms will always come. Resentment will always arise. Ambition will always test limits. But Ma'at will also always be there, not as automatic guarantee, but as possibility, as choice, as the pattern you can align with and restore and defend. The sun will rise again because Ra makes the journey, and Set defends him against Apophis. Order will persist because Isis restores what is broken, and Horus claims what is rightful, and the gods judge according to truth. Your life will have meaning because you choose, despite everything, to align with what creates coherence rather than what scatters it. This is the complete history of Set, told as the Egyptians might have told it. Not to frighten, but to prepare, not to simplify, but to honor complexity. Not to promise easy answers, but to offer the wisdom of how order and chaos interact, and how a life can be lived with dignity and meaning, even in a world where both are always present. Set is storm and desert. Set is disruption and violence. Set is resentment and ambition. Set is necessary strength and dangerous force. Set is the test that proves whether Ma'at is real. And through it all, Set is also the reminder that even the most destructive forces can be contained, understood, and sometimes redirected toward defending what matters most. The world is not simple. Peace is not permanent, but restoration is possible. Balance can be rebuilt. And the practice of rebuilding, repeated across a lifetime, is what makes the journey bearable and meaningful. And finally, as the eyes close and sleep comes, strangely peaceful after all. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.